I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and you need to buckle up because we're gonna have our probably longest stream of this year, at least longest stream of the second half of this year, as today we have a whopping 5 matches of the Carcassonne Champions League awaiting. The qualifying rounds are approaching their most decisive events, as many will lose their tournament lives today. So we will be starting in 5 minutes. Let's just do a quick run through what's going to happen. First of all, earlier in the day, Untitled Traps of Japan defeated Siegfried of Hungary 2-1 in the semi-final of qualification 3, which is meant for international competition winners. This, of course, was way too early in Europe for us to cover, but for those of you who are interested, can watch the replay on Board Game Arena. And in 5 minutes, Kaika87 will be playing against CraftyRaf of Belgium, definitely one of the highest, I would say probably the highest rated player in Belgium at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, and of course a very well-known Carcassonne personality, versus Kaika, who has been around the block for a couple of years as part of the Malaysian team at the World Team Carcassonne Online Championships. Then we're going to have our first appearance of Moldova in just under an hour, as the play with screen name Rodaz will be fighting in the semifinals against a more experienced player, Visitor Q of Catalonia. So these 3 first games are the semifinals in the upper qualification brackets of their respective qualification groups, which means that the stakes are still not that high because the loser will still be able to qualify due to the double elimination format. Everybody gets a chance to lose 1 match. But after that, it's going to be do or die. 1400 UTC 2 hours from now, Miss Penguin EM of Taiwan will be fighting against the Karupayun of Argentina for the tournament lives. That's in the Q4 group, so that's meant for the highest rated players on Board Game Arena. I also have a horse in this race because I will be playing one of those players in the future in the consolidated finals for a spot in the qualifier. 3 hours from now, David 44 of Hungary will be fighting for the tournament live in the Q1-4 versus Chonps of Belgium, who has already represented the national team quite a lot. So slight favorite here, the Czech player is going to be. I don't know why the order of words is unusual in my sentences, but is it what it is? And finally, for dessert, a captain of Team United States in International Tournament, Carry Ali with screen name Mingo, will be playing against Ivan Bell of the Netherlands, also for their tournament life. So it should be quite exciting. First of all, let's just have a look at our first pair. So that's in the semifinal of Q2-2. So Q1 and Q2 are meant for the first, second, and third places of national online championships. Q3 is meant for international competition winners. Q4 is meant for the top 8 rated players on Board Game Arena. Hi, Wise Maze. Yes, protein bars and hot beverages are all nearby. This will require some endurance. And this is not even the only stream today. So, alrighty, Q2-2. So, just to give you some a rundown, yeah, so Kaika did manage to actually win a tricky match against Meeple Over People of Netherlands in their previous round. So Crafty has their work cut out for him, but CraftyRaf, as one of the seeded players, managed to defeat Hubert of Denmark 2-1. That was also a streamed match and a rather interesting one. So I would still give the slight advantage, or maybe actually no, quite the advantage, a lot of advantage for CraftyRaf, despite the fact that Kaika is now rated, as a solid expert, 535, and has been already here for a couple of years. Let's just actually double check that. Oh wow, way more than a couple. So I know they've been kind of playing Carcassonne for a couple of years, we can see. So 2022, 2023, 2024 as part of a national team, but overall 7 years on the platform. This one I didn't know. But the number of games, this is where Raf definitely has more experience. So 468 might look like a lot, but if we just go to CraftyRaf's profile, it probably has to be thousands upon thousands upon thousands, and yes, it is the case. So 4,500 games, lower rating at the moment, but the peak of Raf is over 700. And of course, it's not just about rating, it's about the performance right here, right now, in this moment, what truly matters. As usual, do let me know in the chat who you're rooting for and who you think is going to win, which is not always the same thing. I decided because of the large number of matches, we're gonna get ourselves a more elaborate scoreboard than usual, and I'll try to remember my best not to be distracted by the action too much and keep the scores updated all the time. So it is now 1200 UTC sharp, so we should be starting any second now. Both players are online, and all we need to do is to refresh the page. Hi 71 Knives, obviously supporting your teammate. I think many are. Not only because of Raf's Carcassonne play, but also because of videos that he made on his channel, analysis videos, and I really liked his intuition training series, basically trying to play speed Carcassonne in arena mode. So recommend to check that out for those who haven't yet. Okay, Board Game Arena is acting out just a little bit. Alrighty. Let's go. And go let us indeed. I'm not sure how to make an inversion of that sentence, but it doesn't matter. Action time it is. The Malaysian player with the black meeple starts a 2-punch road. Raf with the blue meeples immediately meeples a monastery. Quadruple city tile for black, and the only possible legal move of occupying a new city. Raf with the city cap will be looking to add a monastery point and start a new city. Instead, he chooses to start a new city without adding a monastery point. That's interesting. I probably would have preferred maybe a move over here. But I like the aggression behind this idea. The idea, of course, is to try and block that square. But if you're gonna do it, it seems to me that it's better to turn the city cap upwards, because then after you get a city tile, there's just so many blocking possibilities against that square. For example, if Raf were to get something like this, which Kaika has in his hand now, then you know, we'd be able to go here, 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 make sure that there's only starting tile that fits into our square. Then we get a city cap, then we put something over here, we block the square completely, so that would be the plan. So now it looks like a move that has the same purpose, but the reason why not a fan of that orientation in particular is that because it allows such easy defenses with road tiles. Any of these straight lines, crossroads, all very, very nicely goes here. And not only defends, but also continues Black's road indirectly. Here now Black is starting to have a really ambitious construction project, which I'm kind of surprised. I think sort of a more quiet move for Black was go over here. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong. Sometimes it's advantageous to actually have two cities open, and even with this seemingly awkward looking tile which needs city caps on both ends, it's also okay to start cities somehow. What I don't like is that it's starting a city next to Blue's Monastery. So this means that even in the event of success, so let's say Kaika gets city cap 1, city cap 2, he's gonna get 8 city points, but as a result of the sequence, he will have donated 3 points to Blue's Monastery and also increase the monastery safety as well. So it will be a net 5-point city, which is actually worse than 2 points per tile. So black continues his city, but blue continues the block. It's a very nice idea here. We don't need to continue our city over here, but rather we start a new one at the same time, making the square really vulnerable. Now only 3 tiles fit here. And of course, after we place a tile over here, we will be threatening some sort of row tile to block 2 meeples completely. So it's pretty much the same idea that I was going for earlier, just with a different order of tiles. Hi Nico, hi Ian. Coffee and Carcassonne, this is the life. Yes, that's correct. Well. So Kaika gets a starting tile before Raf is able to do anything about that. I really like this early farmer from Raf as well, recognizing the potential of this field and just wanted to get the tempo. Still has 3 meeples in hand, so he won't be experiencing a meeple shortage anytime soon. Now also get a road monastery and thinking. So this, of course, goes here in a heartbeat. I don't think it's worth spending too much time at the moment. I think, yeah, it's a mistake. Of course, it's a mistake. The reason why it's a mistake, it prolongs Black's road and increases the safety of this city. Maybe what Blue didn't like is the idea of pointing this road to the left. Then maybe this square gets a bit more vulnerable. But then the question is, who does it benefit, the vulnerability of that square? And the answer is, it benefits Blue, it does not benefit Black. Because let's say if Blue goes over here and block the square, then Black loses his city meeple, Black loses his road meeple, Blue loses 2 monastery meeples, and also Blue has a chance to attack these 2 meeples and block them later. So maybe like Blue would lose there on average, well, 2 meeples, of course, because he can't lose more than 2, and Black would lose on average like 2.2 meeples, something like this. So that, of course, would benefit Blue rather than Black. Yeah, and this move is just it continues Black's road. It adds a road end to Black's road. It's helps Black to build up the city safely. That's a big miss, sadly, from Raf. But now he gets another monastery, so that's great. The question is, do we continue the stacking approach? Yes, we do. Or do we go over here and start it in a new place? But I really love the stacking here. The square is not that easily blocked. So, and we have to fill it now anyway, because the way this monastery has been placed, it basically places these 2 monastery meeples under control of the Black meeple on this road. Yeah, so Raf indeed goes at the top, kind of seemingly the safer move, but it seems to me that the aggression here is totally worth it. The reason why I really like the monastery move over here is that it does a couple of other things. It restricts the city cap a little bit, and if Kaika draws something like this, well, which he does, so of course he can go here and try to block the square, but then immediately Raf has a platform to defend, making sure that not the quadruple crossroads fit there, but the triple crossroads, of which there's still 4 in the deck. Yeah, Black now makes a very interesting move, and one that is definitely a mistake. So the purpose of this move is to kind of delay the development of the square a little bit, and then maybe try to build around, and then finish his city with this tile, and then try to get a lot of points whilst keeping the 2 monasteries temporarily trapped. It's all a lovely idea, but in order to accomplish that, there's a better way to go about this. You just need to rotate this tile 90 degrees with the road tail of the horse. Let's just pretend it's a tail. And connecting, so facing to the left. And then kind of setting up some opportunities with Doritos and the city cap. So that actually would have been really dangerous, but what's going to happen now is that Raf takes Wait, it's not Raf, it's actually Kaika who takes the 2 quick points whilst slightly restricting the square. So Raf at some point will be able to maybe get a road tile, add 1 point to his monastery and to Black's road at the same time, and try to expose this platform, expose the square, creating a platform to block it from the north. Hi, Amiras. Do let me know if there's anybody rooting for the Malaysian. Certainly would be nice and fair. What time it is in Malaysia now? I think it should be like comfortable evening. I would expect UTC plus 8 maybe, so that would be 8 p.m. Yeah, so Kaika now finishes a city, drops a farmer. Interesting how Kaika chose to finish this city and not the one which it gives him more points. And I think the idea is that, but basically the Malaysians saying, you know what, I can finish this later. That's all there is to it. Oh, thanks Wise Maze for confirming that my guess was correct. UTC plus 8 it is. Crafty with a shielded tile, which normally is very good, but with 1 meeple in hand, there are really not many places to use it. Here, probably, putting some pressure on this meeple. And it can allow some nice opportunities, maybe later getting a city cap, meepling the city piece, getting a road Dorito, freeing up our monastery without freeing up Black City. So there's plenty of options, but it kind of seems that the placement here makes sense. This is the other one that makes sense, just kind of getting an immediate point for the monastery and then hoping to later capitalize on that city after some of Blue's meeples are released. And now it's an interesting question. What do you do with this? Do you go over here at the top? Where's my drawing tool? Where's my drawing tool? Ah, there it is. Yeah, so do you go over here at the top and meeple the new city like this? Or do you go over here at the top and meeple it like this? It seems like you definitely should be spending your last meeple here. As risky as it is, the upside is just too high. If we go over here, then we make 8 points for the city and 2 for the monastery. That's 10 points in 2 moves. It's 5 points per tile. That's just amazing. And I prefer this move, actually, because to interfere with that square is very, very difficult. So if we go over here and meeple this new city, the best that Black can do, the most painful thing that Black can do, is get something like a cow tile and go over here. So to expand our city, but also make it harder to complete. But then even in that case, there still would be 3 tiles that fit into that square, and that is plenty. On the other hand, if we go here and then Black maybe wants to get a road tile or something, simply continue his road and try to threaten the square like this, well then Black would be exposing a platform against his own city over here, so that's not something Black would be wanting to do. So, certainly seems... Yeah, and the thing is, like, if you meeple the city over here, then in case of a blocking attack from above from Black, you get only 2 tiles that fit onto that square instead of 3, and also you're indirectly continuing Black's road. So this placement does seem to be superior, and I'm not really considering moves other than these 2 moves. Of course, there's some other opportunities, maybe like going over here, trying to break the integrity of this road. Yeah, so Raf goes okay, so this is way too... I'm not sure how you say this, like, is this too cautious or too risky? So it is too cautious in the sense of losing meeples, and it is too risky in the sense of leaving 8 points for your opponent, which the Malaysian is just more than happy to gobble up. And we can also see that there was no risk to Raf's meeple whatsoever, because he finishes this city over here, gets his own meeple back, and so this now looks like a very unnecessary donation to Black. Yeah, it does appear that Raf seems to be in quite rusty form, so a couple of missteps in this game where, a move that he would not normally make. Now, great move by Kaiko. It's just fantastic board vision. Setting up a 6-point loop road, cleaning off the city cap indirectly. That's a very nice pattern recognition. Many players would have just taken the city cap straight up, threatening a 6-point city, but at the same time breaking the integrity of this loop. So very nicely spotted by the Malaysian. Yeah, so much so that, of course, Blue still has the advantage in this position as a result of this farmer, which Blue has dropped, and these couple of monasteries, but to my surprise, it seems to me that it is the Malaysian who is so far making the more purposeful decisions. I guess the only issue I would have is the orientation of this tile over here. Alright, so CraftyRaf now starts a new city at the bottom, indirectly expanding his field, so he clearly has an approach for this, and he also wants to put pressure on this square. Note that we're not in a rush to connect to the field because there's so many tiles with which to do that, and ideally want to wait for the most useless tile possible, like a curve, before doing that. Kaika continues their city at the top, setting up an 8-point city move. High Glavier, Crafty with a road monastery. Probably not the best idea to meeple the monastery, maybe just taking 2 points over here, restricting the square, or 2 points over here, setting up the blocking platform straight away. Maybe I actually prefer 2 points over here, because we want to be setting up this blocking platform a little bit later when we get a straight line that finishes our monastery. But this certainly would not be wrong either. Yeah, also some troubles on the clock for the Belgian player. So it's good to take your time, but 30 seconds in the middle game. Of course, these seconds regenerate with every move, so players get an additional 45 seconds per turn with a cap at 3 minutes total. Yeah, and again, I am shocked at this move, actually. I'm so surprised. Like, Raf usually doesn't do stuff like this. It seems to be a complete and utter waste of a monastery, because it doesn't even, like, it sort of, kind of, very distantly creates maybe possibly some blocking threats against the city on the road, but it sacrifices 2 points, it makes the connection to the farm slightly harder, and actually it protects rather than obstructs Black's meeple. Because now that Black has finished the city, Black has obstructed the square a little bit, and Crafty has pre-obstructed that square, making the block somewhat harder. And this could really manifest if Black draws something like a starting tile. Without this monastery over here, I mean, if Blue draws something like a starting tile. Without monastery over here, Blue could take advantage of the fact that there's only one starting tile remaining in the deck, go over here with the city cap facing like this, making sure that there's nothing anymore that fits into that square. But the monastery placed here by Blue actually obstructed that opportunity, so this monastery, by costing Blue 2 points, also ends up helping Black more than it helps Blue. So really interesting what's going on there. Maybe it's stream jitters, but I know that Raf has so much experience, it's normally not such a big concern to him. So maybe if we see Raf in the chat after this tournament, we will find out. But still, regardless, like, one mistake does not ruin you the game. So, of course, if this game is decided by 2 points, then we know where these 2 points came from exactly. But it still looks unlikely to be the case, as Blue still has the advantage despite the Black scoreboard lead, because the Blue's monasteries are really powerful. They will give them a lot of points, and Blue is not at a meeple disadvantage long term. In fact, Blue can very easily finish the monastery, Blue can finish the city. This city is a bit in trouble, and what could end up is that Blue might be tied up here with 2 meeples for a long time against 3 meeples of black, which of course benefits blue. Kaika now gets a curve as Crafty continues his city, also exposing this square to a block, so a simple defense move is in order, or maybe Kaika decides that, you know, we don't need the city anymore. How about instead we try blocks of our own? Maybe going over here, obstructing Raf city instead. Let's see what the Malaysian chooses. With 1 tile remaining only, that would certainly be a consideration to kind of sacrifice that 50% chance of recovering that meeple. But since there's still 2 tiles remaining that fit into that square, which represents 75% of chance of recovering that meeple, it's just some equity that you really want to have. So probably worth spending the move on saving it. Also, it adds some additional value. Yeah, exactly. So Kaika decides just that. Actually, who could even consider dropping a farmer there with the idea of connecting through this curve or, of course, through the city. But I really like Black's idea to just hang on to his meeple advantage for a little bit longer. Alrighty, so city tile. There is a move here. It's not obvious, and it's not to go here. Black needs to be extremely patient with that square, and actually some Black's winning chances lie in this city. If Black gets a good sequence of tiles, then Black can bam, 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 very quickly close it for like 20 points, and then Blue will be in trouble. So the best move is to go over here and take 2 points. At least the best move that I see. I really don't see anything better, because this would take 2 points, add 1 point indirectly to the city, and also eliminate this blocking platform. It will also create the city with the most flexible possible shape, so that this city can get take advantage of city caps, of which there's still a couple remaining. Well, actually just 1 that fit here. That's interesting. But anyway, we can take triple cities. Imagine if the barbed wire tile is here like this with the city cap facing down, and we can take advantage of Doritos. So pretty much almost any possible tile can be used to develop our city, and it's very difficult to invade. So ideally, Raf can only hope to either block this city or just draw the 1 remaining city cap that fits into that square. So I need to comment a little bit on the tile draws that have happened. They're a bit unusual because we've run out of these vanilla city caps, the simple city caps, already early on with just the half game. Yeah, that's not the move. That's not the move. And also leaving a 3-point road open, so it seems to be a bit of an impatience by Kaika. This, I mean, it might as well work out, but the reason why I'm not a fan of this move is because it's now possible for blue to block this square with some tiles. So let's say if blue gets the last barbed wire tile, blue can go over here, take 2 points, restrict this square towards a barbed wire tile, and there are none remaining. Then, of course, it's possible to invade that square as well. And there are actually very few tiles that fill the square now to black satisfaction. Because you see this dagger that is useful for black in this square. Black now also needs over here. So, for example, I wonder, like, will Black actually go over here now? No, he does not. He simply continues his monastery. And what I believe is going to happen is just Blue at some point is going to take, I don't know, some sort of tile that allows him connection through a road Dorito, or maybe he's going to be more sneaky. Maybe he's going to draw a road Dorito first and place it like this for the sake of blocking this square, which would indirectly block this city. So there's still plenty of opportunities for blue to disturb black here. We're going to see how that develops. And CraftyRaf drops a farmer, which I really like. So he kind of wants to overfarm. He sees that this field is worth 18 points. And he wants to take advantage of this platform over here. And now, in order to equalize the farm, it will be a bit difficult for Kaika, really. Yeah, so what does the Malaysian do? Maybe just 3 points for now. And yeah, well, that's an interesting move, because it's actually severely restricts. It's not severely restricts, it completely blocks the entry to the field on this side. Isn't that fun? But then I think what Kaika should have done is actually gone here and blocked that farmer instead. Yeah, that's really interesting, because look at this. There are no monasteries remaining. All 6 of them are used, and there are no vanilla city caps remaining, so there's nothing that fits into that square. So the only way for blue to the field is through here. Blue now completes his monastery, gets another meeple back, is now again 1 tile away from connecting to the field. And now black, if he so chooses, can actually go over here, take 2 points, and completely protect the square. Because the only city cap that fits here is the vertical splitter. So all vanillas are out. And if we just take 2 points over here, we'll be very, very nicely covering that square up. There's another opportunity, maybe going over here and taking 3 points, so that will be an indirect defense of the city, but still some blocking tiles available for Raf, such as the Doritos with the road. What this move would do, it would also threaten another block with any city plus field tile going over here. Yeah, so actually I really like that potential. So the Malaysians now kind of seeing some blocking potential, which is normally not available in a position like this. So these field plus field combos, or field plus field tiles, are considered pretty much one of the safest for fields connection, just because there's so many of those in the deck. It's just in the tile round that has been particular to this game, the majority of these tiles has gone out. So it's so surprising that this meeple is 1 tile away from being blocked, and this meeple is 1 tile away from being blocked, and Kaika now completely blocks this farmer on both sides. I mean, beautiful play by the Malaysian. Crafty now decided he needs to drop yet another farmer so he's really intending to brute force this. And of course, his idea is that even if 2 farmers are blocked, if you can get a 2 versus 1 majority, it would be a bit too many points for Kaika to overcome. And he's probably correct, because he still has these 2 monasteries over here. But then again, if Kaika draws the city cap that goes over here, and maybe some quick points over here, maybe this 4-point road and this 8-point city, which are still easily possible, then maybe black doesn't even need the fields. Alright, so Raf indeed takes care of the city, sort of, kind of. Kaika now probably could go here and try block this farm, but I'm not sure if that's necessary, though. Because black did achieve what he wanted to achieve. He blocked this meeple and forced Raf to commit 1 more to the field. Now, the reason why I don't want to be using this tile for blocking purposes is because it would be also adding 2 city caps in what currently is, or at least what's likely to become Raf's field. Yeah, but he does that, and I think now Kaika's approach is basically to try and fight for this farm, which could work. But then, even though this meeple is sort of kind of blocked, there's still an off chance to get an entry like this. So for example, Raf, instead of taking these 4 points, could do exactly what he did right now, trying to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 draw one of the 3 remaining curves that fit into that square and connect to the field that way. Because he's anticipating that Kaika is going to fight for the field. And even though we're sacrificing 4 immediate points, I actually really like that move. Now maybe we can catch up on those points a little bit later, because we are adding city caps into our field. The disadvantage of that move is that it protects that road. So for example, if Kaika gets something like this and finishes his city, he can immediately meeple the road, making it so that as blue, we can only connect to the field whilst continuing black's road and finishing black's road and giving black a meeple back. And that's just not something that we want to be doing, but we might have to be doing that. All right, the Malaysian with numbers in his screen name, with a cow tile, which is not the easiest tile to use. He's not completing his city at the north. Okay, he decides to drop a farmer. Yeah, so he's really going for it. He's really going for it. And Raf connects the other farmer instead. But Raf now has 2 tiles left to connect over here. But this sneaky move makes it so that Kaika can also connect through here whilst finishing his city, and at the same time leaving Raf's farmer stranded. But the thing that Raf is figuring out that he can do is maybe play his temporary meeple majority. So maybe block this meeple, or just draw one of the 2 remaining curves that go here, maintain the majority on the field, and maybe even drop some more farmers. So CraftyRaf draws a dagger, just not the kind that fits here, so it's still 2 of those remaining. Probably quick points are in order. An alternative is going here and restricting the city of black. I don't think it's quite worth the point sacrifice. Oh, and of course another alternative is going here and complete the block in black's monastery. That's actually might be worth doing. Because, reminder, there are no tiles of this shape remaining in the deck. Whereas there's still a curve, there's still a road Dorito, and a regular Dorito, of course, that fit here. So there's still, despite there not being monasteries or vanilla city cap, there's still plenty of cities that allow black to continue his monasteries. So actually going over here might be worth the point sacrifice, but instead Raf gets a little bit greedy, which of course is a quality for which he's loved and watched. Let's see how it is going to be working out for him in this particular instance. So again, a choice for Raf. 2 quick points or a blocking move. Again, a blocking move which gives 100% chance of blocking. Kinda seems worth it, if you ask me. How likely it is that black would be able to finish this monastery? 2 curves remaining, and 2 Doritos with the road, so 2 Doritos with the field, so still 4 tiles that fit here. 4 is plenty. And then after a curve, there are plenty of curve voids that fit. Yeah, and that's why Raf goes for the block after all. Kaika gets a dagger, but again, not the kind that he wants. So what are we gonna have now? some quick points, and both players are completely equalized on the scoreboard. They are even equal on the field, at least for now. Raf with a straight line. Does he go for another farmer now? Is that crazy? So how about we just going over here for like 6 more points, and then just try to steamroll that farm. And there's also some ideas, additional ideas of that involved, that let's say if Black is successful in recovering his city meeple, then we can actually connect only one farmer, maybe only this one, and just be happy with this farmer left for 6 additional points. Or we could also get a road Dorito tile, sacrifice a couple of points, and finish Black's road just to get our monastery meeple back. And Raf goes for it. He drops his last meeple on the farm, just realizing how important that farm is. He gets immediately blocked, but that ain't no big deal, because this farm is already worth 6 points, and there is a chance of this farmer getting expanded. If Raf manages to draw the last barbed wire tile, he can finish this city. He cannot claim this city, but he will be expanding his field from 6 to 12 points. And he draws the curve anyway, so he will get the majority on the main field. Kaika completes his road without giving Raf anything back immediately. And now Raf needs to find one important move. The field needs to be protected. It is not necessarily over. So the move that I'm thinking is either going here, facing with the road down, not allowing some field connection over here, which would be possible with one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 remaining crossroads, for example. So Black could get a crossroads, drop a farmer here, then get a curvy tile, connect, and score 3 extra points for the road. So that certainly seems to be the highest probability field connection, and one that Raf would need to eliminate. Because given that Black is now ahead on the scoreboard, not that, ay. That is certainly, I think, a miss by Raf, but he's also very short on time, because when you're ahead on the field, you gotta protect the field. Blue has only +1 majority on the field. I guess Blue could also get this tile to connect one more meeple, but there's still only one of those remaining. So again, the field's connection here is still live. It could have been eliminated by Raf, but it wasn't. And there's also one more... Actually, is there? Yeah, there are no other farming opportunities. There is no tile combo that goes over here for connecting. So the only chance is a crossroads plus a curvy tile. But it is a super likely sequence. 2 crossroads and a bunch of curvy tiles still available. Unfortunately for the Malaysian, he gets a straight line, which he doesn't get to use productively. Or maybe he does. A move that I see, first of all, we're leaving the square alone, of course, is maybe going here. Yeah, or here. That works. Totally works. Trying to block that square. And now Raf needs to decide, does he connect one more farmer into the field and take an immediate hit? Because that will be a -3 point move, right? Because he will not be scoring twice for this city. But guarantee himself a super majority on the farm or not. Instead, he finishes his monastery, but he also exposes another field connection platform over here. Kaika can now go over here, very easily drop a farmer, and one that is very hard to block given there are still 2 crossroads remaining. Kinda seems that he should go for it. Just also need to add that this move gives a meeple black back to blue. but it actually does not carry any threat of accidentally completing Black City because there's nothing anymore that goes productively into that square. The only tile remaining that fits here is an extender, but the extender would bump into this square, which is also blocked. So it's possible to expand that city but not complete it. But here's the thing, so Raf completed his monastery, but the question is, was that important? Like, does blue even need meeples back in order to win? Because it seems to me with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, with a field with 9 cities and 27 points, blue should be outrunning pretty much everything. So the downside of connecting over here was the fact that, you know, we would be leaving a 6-point city up for grabs, and then potentially a 6-point field for our opponent, but it was not the only possible way to secure the field. So blue simply could have done the thing that blue could have done last turn with this curve. Blue could have just gone over here and shut down the farm. But now also we see a bigger problem because with this move, blue got himself a meeple, which he doesn't need really, and also exposed one other farming platform, which immediately is taken advantage by, well, not immediately actually, with only 30 seconds on the clock, is taken advantage by the Malaysian, who probably took time to calculate that it's hard to block. Yeah, and Raf cannot go here now, because there's still 2 crossroads, and that's plenty. So now Raf needs to just find another way how to win this game. He needs... I'm not sure what he needs. I know what he needs. He needs to try and create another field connection platform, or simply wait for a crossroad himself so that he can drop a farmer. Wise Maze is saying that CraftyRaf channeling Dingley Run, yeah, referring to the recent Chess World Championship match. Yeah, a little bit. That's also a great analogy given that CraftyRaf is a famous chess player, actually, a chess author. Yeah, so he sort of kind of blocks the square, but not really. There's still 2 crossroads that's remaining, and I think Raf's plan is just now to try and build around that square and block this completely, which will be a tricky thing to do given that the quadruple crossroad is still available. Yeah, and you can just see that sort of blue is trying to resolve the problem that he himself created, exposing this field connection platform. Also, Raf with only 10 seconds on the clock. Kaik also with 10 seconds on the clock. Meeple's a 5-point ruin, which is going to be inconsequential. CraftyRaf with an excellent opportunity. Or wait, but he can also connect to the farm here, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, there are 2 straight lines remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, wait, it's the easiest thing ever. We go here, drop a farmer, we guarantee ourselves a win. The reason why we guarantee ourselves a win is because we have 2 tiles that fit into the square. Yeah, okay, he finds it, And if our opponent draws both of these tiles, if our opponent draws both of the straight lines, this means that our opponent will not be drawing the crossroads. Yeah, so this move actually completely wins the game. Because so Kaika does draw the crossroads, connect to the... Wait, did I miscount? Did Raf miscount? Did we all miscount? What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there's only 1 straight line remaining. And that straight line is in Kaika's hand. And the Malaysian will win this game. So this farming attempt gives him only a 50-50 shot, and that's not enough. Because the coin flip was won by Malaysian, I have to say, quite deservedly. Yeah, Kaika played excellently in this game. Kind of really being patient with his win condition. Attacking the field only when he needed to, attacking in very safe spots, which are easy to connect, and managing to beautifully block Crafty's meeples on a couple of sides. And Crafty had plenty of chances. I'm so surprised, some early tactical misses at the start, and with the big field, it was just so easy to secure that game. And yet, that move that recovered blue a meeple but gave black a field connection platform is what did blue in. Yeah, so hopefully Raf manages to recover mentally for the next game and show us a fight and show the skills that Rila does have. But this one, it is the Malaysian player outplaying the Belgian. Not something that you get to see every day. 3 minutes break is something that Kaika is suggesting, and it's something that will probably benefit Raf more than Kaika. Hyvä päivää, Larpatori. Intense first game indeed. Yeah, great way to start the stream. Also, I guess, like, games with a lot of... Honestly, like, games with... So, the thing that you don't want to have, at least the least boring games, is like the games which have a moderate amount of mistakes in them. The games which are most interesting to comment are either the games which are like super high level, where both parties play flawlessly or almost flawlessly, or the games which have loads of mistakes, like this one. Because obviously then I don't need to think what to talk about, because it's just right there. And also games with a lot of mistakes typically allow for a lot of swings, because like in this game, sometimes it was blue that was ahead by lots, then black, then blue. Very nice. Only a 10-point difference at the end, so that just shows how decisive the field was. And the thing is, like, there was just so many chances for blue to recover. Even simply connecting to the farm here and losing the 3 points was just fine. And even losing the city points, just because the farm is so big, I don't think there was enough room to outrun. Yeah, but I think psychologically it raises one interesting point as a player. Because, like, we always want to complete our features when we can. But when it comes to the end game with 6 tiles remaining or less, then traditional Carcassonne principles or just positional principles don't matter a lot. It's just calculation. You go here, I go here. And then what happens then? Who wins how many % of the time? And that's it. And this can lead for some very counterintuitive outcomes. So, for example, what ended happening here is the benefit of having a meeple back actually didn't have any benefit for Raf at all. Look, this meeple is trapped here, 0 points. Or, you know, the best case scenario, what would have happened for Raf, okay, so maybe Raf gets the straight line and connects and wins the game, but then what he does lose is just the extra stress. So what's the point in allowing your opponent a field connection and getting yourself a meeple back just so that you can use your meeple to maybe reconnect back to the field? So I think a big question before freeing up your meeples, you gotta ask the question, what do I need the meeple for? And at that point in the game, nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was just possible to cover up the field, and that's it. There was just no way to penetrate. With maybe, not necessarily an invasion here, just to move like this, pointing the curve down. There was absolutely 0 chance for black to create any space. The only chance was for black to go here, maybe, and try to set up some sort of field attack, maybe with a Dorito with a road, trying to connect through the last crossroads, through the last city tile with a crossroads like this. But first of all, it would require multiple turns to set up. Second, it would require a specific tile sequence in a specific order, so that amounts to a much lower probability. And second, it would be quite easily blockable, so that amounts to probably like a 5% winning chance there. So yeah, the question is, what do I need my meeple for? And the reason why we don't ask ourselves that question, or that also I don't typically, actually no, sometimes I do, but why very often we don't ask ourselves that question is because for most parts of the game, it is obvious why we need the meeple, and the answer is to score quick points. Or sometimes the answer is to drop more farmers. Like, there is typically a reason why we want to have that extra meeple in hand. But in this game, yeah, it is a bit counterintuitive to not free your meeple, but it's just something that needed to happen. And I think what also must have happened here, due to the time travel on Raf's clock, I assume that he wasn't aware of the point count, and I assume he just simply wasn't aware that controlling the field was enough in order to win. So typically when you're short on time, you sacrifice either counting tiles or counting points. And the tile counting of Raf was actually precise. So we don't know that, but based on every move that he was making, it seemed to me that he was aware of which tiles were left behind. So then it was probably the point count that was not done. And this is also typically that I sometimes sacrifice. So let's say if I'm short on time and I need to choose one, I count tiles first and points then. Because knowing which tiles are available shows me which moves are there in principle. Alright, so hopefully the players have already completed their 3-minute break. Oh, and then some. Wait, boy do I like yapping. Alright, so the second game has started, and I will update the score this time. So the Malaysian player is one game. Of course, all matches are in best of 3 format, which means that for the sake of his fans and the entirety of Belgium, Raf needs to win this one. This is also for the sake of neutral fans, so that we get to watch 3 games. But it will be harder to do as Kaik is ahead on the scoreboard. He has already a black meeple on a fantastic field, worth already 9 points, and probably then some. And also very few platforms for invasion. Just this one, maybe, sort of, kind of. And monastery, that's just well, a great position for black. All is not lost. Like, this 5-point road's very nice, and black is now trying to put some pressure on the square, which is also nice. And eventually black will be able to attack the farm, of course. But if I have to pick whom to play for, of course I pick black all day. Probably going here, starting a new city. Should be a relatively easy move. I guess what black doesn't like, if we start a new city over here and we finish it, then there are only 2 starting tiles remaining, and our opponent could get something like a cow tile and severely delay the continuation of our monastery. But due to other positional considerations, it's just a chance that we have to take. Or, you know, there's an alternative actually. We can just start a new city somewhere here. Yeah, here, exactly here, away from the action. Starting a new city here is actually better than starting a new city here. I'll explain in a second why that is the case. And maybe we can just try and hope to get a road monastery soon enough. Which, of course, would expand the field and just would be a very open way to play the game. And maybe it's... So we have a couple of opportunities for lucky draws as black. We just win as the game on the spot. Now, the reason why starting a city here is worse than starting a city here is because starting a city here would disrupt a potential 4-point road. And a 4-point road will benefit blue rather than black, because blue can go here, and the completion of this 4-point road, whoever does this, will make this monastery square more vulnerable. So it is a difference. It's of course a very small difference in the ultimate winning percentage, but this move wins a little bit more often than this move, simply because this move indirectly protects this monastery, as unlikely as it seems. Yeah, even though they're like 4 squares away, there are plenty of tile runouts where it makes an absolute difference. So the Malaysian player is not aware of that, just simply start a new city somewhere, And, you know, it will cost them like, I don't know, 0.4 or maybe like half a win percentage point, maybe a bit less. Crafty, now with a city cap, with a not obvious decision. So, do we go here and start restricting that square and keep alive our chances of drawing a splitter, which would be fantastic when you get to drop a farmer and stuff? Or do we go here and start kind of surrounding that city from multiple spots? Crafty gets his road meeple back, but what this does, it also protects Black's fields really, really nicely. Black now disrupts Raf's city significantly, but Raf now, of course, will be happy to go over here and then try to threaten the completion and the takeover of that city. Certainly something we should miss. We should never go here as Raf. There are still 6 triple city tiles available, and our plan is to draw a pair of Doritos and a cow. Yeah, this is exactly what we do. So this is a fantastic chance for Raf to overcome Black's advantage. If Black should just ignore this, go here, or an alternative, maybe we can start a Rodaz Black, exposing these 2 platforms. But I really like going over here. That's interesting, but I don't like it. Yeah, so it's just better to protect the square first. And this move looks like it gives a connection platform for Black. But ideally, that's not how you want to approach this as Black, because what this move also does, it allows Raf to immediately draw one of 8 Doritos and drop a farmer. So it gives a field connection platform for Blue. And of course, one with tempo. Now, Blue gets a curvy tile, which is not great for him. But actually, it's fine. Yeah, Blue can just go here. Starts a loop road. And then upon the completion of loop road, start exposing the square and putting pressure on this monastery square. Yeah, so Raf instead chooses to start attacking Kaika's city at the bottom, which I would not necessarily do. I really like scoring here, and, you know, it's scoring with tempo. Black now makes Raf city a tad more vulnerable, but not really. It actually also protects this 9-point field very nicely. If this city gets completed, this will be a 12-point field, almost impenetrable, really nice compensation. Raf, in the meantime, continues his city at the top, which is, of course, a nice thing to do. But it's not ideal configuration to have for Blue, because Blue now needs big tiles in a bunch of places, so Blue needs Doritos to continue this city and Doritos to continue this city. So it's kind of a lot of Doritos that Blues needs. But maybe, you know, if Blue gets a Dorito here, city cap here, then suddenly this city is a real threat. Black can't create a blocking platform without making his own city vulnerable. So this could work out well for Blue. So this city here has way more venom in it than one might think. Raf now probably going to go here, try to further the attack on this city. Not the most efficient move, but also not many good uses for the straight line. Maybe going over here is an option, just trying to restrict the square a tad. No, he goes for this, which makes sense. Kaika with a big tile. Probably going over here would make sense, just to break Raf's city a little bit and not allow him to, you know, threaten the completion of the city so hard. Instead, he goes for a less direct approach on creating a blocking platform. So Raf can ignore this in the meantime, although it's super tempting to go here and just try to dodge one chance of, you know, this square getting blocked and then getting a road Dorito. But patience. The move is probably to go here and then to work with 2 of these threats. And the idea is that Black might not have enough time or tiles to deal with both of these cities. Because blue needs to complete just one of these cities in order to retake the advantage. And in some situations, even not completing is enough. Yeah, I feel like it's a miss here. It's too good of a tile to be doing stuff like this, if you ask me. Like, tactically, it makes perfect sense. Blue's the one with the temporary meeple majority, so trying to equalize this meeple, trying to kind of press on black a little bit is very nice. But securing this square is too important. Because now Kaika, for example, can go here, start a new city, and then put pressure on 2 squares at the same time. So the reason when you're building cities like this, when you're thinking, because like city building is a real skill. There's some rule of thumbs about this. Yeah, Kaika actually chose to choose to ignore that city, simply go for the pure equity move, so adding 1 point to his city and 1 point to his monster at the same time. But if you want to build cities with in the safest possible way, then what you need to make sure is you need to not allow your opponent moves that allow attacking 2 squares at the same time. And at the moment, there are moves, well, here, that allow black attacking 2 squares at the time. So if black puts any tiles over here, that reduces the safety of this square and reduces the safety of this square. But you see, then the priorities. I'm kind of really puzzled by this. So now that blue gets a Dorito, he plays it over here. But actually, if I were blue, the move now was to go here and combat this city. Because this city is way more dangerous than that city was for 2 reasons. First of all, this guy was already restricted. This guy is open. Second, this guy will also help the monastery development, and this guy was just on its own. So Craft now with some tricky decisions here. Raf. With some tricky decisions here, probably now needs to go here to protect the square a little bit, because Kaik is now trying to block. Also in a very interesting way. I mean, it was better to turn this the other way, just not allowing blue to get a cow tile and all these nice continuation points. Yeah, and you see also blue needs Doritos in a bunch of places, so it's kind of like blue's ideas are a bit all over the place, yeah, and so blue just ignores everything and tries to build up the city himself. Which, again, also makes sense. It's a viable plan. Kaika now probably going to go here. Yeah, take 2 points. Leave only 2 tiles that fit into that square, but it is a good enough threat to finish that city. Let's see what Raf gets. A city cap, a regular city cap. Probably a good move is actually to go here and equalize that city. Or maybe going over here, start a new one by himself. That's also possible. Yeah, putting some pressure on that monastery is really nice, because we're kind of running out of tiles that fit into that square, because you see there's only 1 road crossroads remaining, there's only 2 starting tiles. There are plenty of straight lines, but what's going to happen if black draws a straight line, that will increase the value of the horse tile for blue. So if a straight line goes over here, then the value of a horse tile for blue will be 10 points. Ay, 10 points. Can you imagine this? Black gets a straight line, blue gets a horse tile, scores 5 points for the road, 5 extra for the city. That's huge. Yeah, so CraftyRaf indeed trying to just delay the flow of the city, which is fine. But of course, the Dorito tile was a better tile to do that with. Yeah, so now Crafty tries to harass Black's monastery a little bit. Black will probably defend. Maybe just going over here, we'll leave still 3 straight lines that fit there. Now CraftyRaf with the Dorito tile pre-finishes his city. That's a huge threat now. Kaik has to go somewhere here, maybe? Yeah, that's really interesting. So if we go here, that gives us a better blocking probability in comparison to when we go over here. But if we go here and our opponent successfully defends, then when they finish the city, then they will also be getting this 4-point road. So what Kaika decides is that the blocking probability is more important, and this will pay off for Raf as they get a Dorito tile that allows them to protect that square for a very nice 75% chance of completing a gigantic city. It's already worth 10 points. It's going to be worth 24, actually 28 points upon completion. 24 for the city, 4 for the road. That's just a ticking time bomb for blue. So really nice build up. Also, what did I tell you earlier, that these cities are more dangerous than one might think? Oh, look at that! Kaiko with perfect timing, managing to block that square right as CraftyRaf was willing to expand his city at the bottom, but it has a price. With this move, the Malaysian could have freed up both meeples, the Monastery meeple and the city meeple, to remedy his temporary meeple disadvantage, and there are surprisingly not many tiles left to do that. There are 2 splitters, but there are barely any Doritos remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 2 Doritos remaining. So this square could be blocked further. CraftyRaf, in the meantime, has a variety of options. Now he knows that this is blocked. Maybe a way to go would be to go here, take 2 points, try to continue the city, and then also block the square in order not to allow black an easy completion of the monastery. And this is exactly what Raf goes for. So sacrificing the 3 immediate points for a better long-term development. Kaika now also sacrifices a couple of points simply to give himself a better chance of completing the monastery, which will now go down from 88% to 75%, because Raf draws one of the 3 straight lines that were available. Now there are only 2 straight lines available. Now it's a question if we should go here and start a new road. Given the low number of the crossroads remaining, it does not feel like that. However, no, 3 crossroads, that's actually kind of fine. Yeah, I think that that line is pretty safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If Kaika feels really risky, we can go here and try to overrun that city, but only 2 tiles available that fits into this square if we do that, so not exactly the wisest decision that would be, if you ask me. Also 2 various blocking platforms easily can be created. Right, so let me actually just wait what Kaika does with this straight line. Alright, let me just go here for a second, because I need to... No, here. Yeah. Just need to copy this link. Alrighty. Yeah, and Kaika just dumps this tile. Crafty, with a monastery, simply chooses to keep restricting that square, kind of building blocking platforms next to it. Kaika gets 4 quick points, at the same time slightly restrict this square. Raf, with a monastery. Is it time to spend a meeple, maybe? Not sure about that. What does a monastery do for winning chances? There are lots of road tiles still available, 2 straight lines, 4 curves. Certainly a way to get 6 easy points. And maybe a way to get some compensations if we're unlucky with our tile over here. Yeah. Maybe that would be nice. And he does indeed start a new monastery, and I think it's actually a really good move. It's not the easiest move, but this guy gets completed way, way more often than you might think. And even if he doesn't, then this means that CraftyRaf just draws some other useful tiles. Yeah, that's also a very strong move. Sacrificing the 1 monastery point, just making it much, much harder for black to continue to finish his monastery because there's only 1 Dorito tile remaining that fits into that square. So no splitters go there anymore, no regular Doritos go there anymore. That's very nice. Yeah, and Kaiki now doesn't even know. Does he want to defend like this? Leaving a 50 chance to connect. And he does. The downside of that move is that the cow tile, the horse tile rather, the triple city with the road, does not fit there anymore. Crafty, with the monastery, needs to make a decision. Do we go over here and protect the square for further expansion? Or do we go over here and simply add ourselves a monastery point? There are cases to be made for both. He just simply goes for the point, and I like this decision. The reason is that if we protect the square, there's some run out where it could backfire. Because you see, this ruin is already worth so many points. It is 11 points, actually. So this means there are some situations where close to the end of the game, once everybody recovers their meeples, if the square is protected, then Kaika might go over here and attack this ruin and capitalize on these 11 points. But if the square is not protected, then of course he won't do that if it's easily blocked. And look at this. This is why partial blocks are so lucrative. Kaika with a cow tile, horse tile, but cannot go over here because this is now restricted. But 3 nice points as a consolation prize. In a closed position, 3 points are worth gold. But finally, CraftyRaf gets one of his 75%ers, gets 28 extra points on the scoreboard, and with that, I believe there's hardly any possible outcome than the Belgian cruising to his first victory of the night. Kaika gets a meeple back for the monastery. 30 points on the scoreboard probably should not be enough, as CraftyRaf gets a splitter tile, will now get 4 quick points. And look at that. So this square is only half block. There's still 1 tile available that fit there. That was actually a good move by Kaika because he realized that already CraftyRaf needed the tile that goes here. But look, 8 very nice points. So I told you that this monastery develops quicker than it seems. And of course, creating another field in the process. And now there's a huge coin flip, another one, because like if CraftyRaf gets this, then the result of this game could very quickly get. Oh! No daggers in main. Okay, so that actually makes this move even better. So this square is blocked, and this was the last tile of its kind. So at the time of this defense, of course, there were 2 tiles remaining, but I missed the moment where this tile was drawn by black to score 4 quick points. So, well, so the result will still be somewhat close, as black gets a farmer tile. Blue can just go here, clean off the city cap maybe. I'm not sure if that's worth doing. Yeah, blue just needs to not do anything silly. And I think that should take care of business because look at this. So these monasteries compensate each other. Everything compensate each other. This 9-point farm roughly compensates this over here. And Craft is ahead 14 points on the scoreboard. 6 points for a farmer for Kaika, but of course Crafty has a farmer himself. Not a farmer, but a meeple, which will become a farmer later. It's even possible to drop a farmer here for 3 points with a 50-50 shot of getting a crossroad tile to invade through here. Thank you, Wisemice, for confirming that visitor queue is not online yet, which actually is a really good thing for us because we're still following this match and we'll be following a decider, so it looks like our second match might fall out. Yeah, so now players exchanging quick points. That favors slightly the Malaysian player because all these cities are in the Malaysian field. Crafty starts a new city. Kaika was about to get 4 more points, but not anymore. As Crafty occupies that city. Yeah, so when you're in the lead, you definitely want to be cleaning off city caps like this. Just kind of killing off chances for your opponent to get back into this game, even at the expense of the integrity of your meeples. Really like this move here by Raf. Even though there are few city caps remaining and chances are he won't even be able to finish his city, it's still very nice because it does not allow his opponent finishing the city. And actually, I can still see at least 2 city caps available. So what do we have? We have a star. Oh no, there's multiple. So we have a dagger. We have a starting tile. We don't have any splitters of any kind, but we still have 1 more vanilla after this. So 3 tiles still available. Great chance for Crafty to get even more 6 points on the scoreboard and even a meeple back. Kaika with a vanilla city cap and just 1 meeple. Yeah, what do you do? Maybe there's a chance. How about I was thinking at first of just starting a new city because there's still enough city caps to get a meeple back, but maybe that's not enough. Maybe what we need to do is actually drop another farmer here, try to make some field, and then after that, we try and draw the 1 remaining road Dorito that would give us 2 meeples back, and we just want to be early enough on the field to take advantage of that spatially. There are also some scenarios how we get to go here, and we get another city cap, and we get another 9-point field. So when we're behind this far, we just need to find a tile sequence that allows us to swindle this game, and one ways of swindling games involves kind of finding artificial field combinations, and he does indeed go for the city of the road, the city of the farm. No, he does go for the city. He goes for the small ball approach. It has some merits too, might just not be enough. As Crafty continues his own city, Kaika gets a city cap, gets a meeple back. Crafty, will he get a Dorito tile to drop a farmer? And yes, he will. 12-point farmer will now go to Crafty to make this a completely unsavory result. Surely here for 12. Does Kaika have a chance? Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, that's the 9th curve, which means that it's the last tile that goes over here. If only he were to draw this curve a little bit later, then he could have, if he were to draw a straight line first, he could have gone over here, dropped a farmer, and then dropped a curve to take over this big 18-point farm. But it will now no longer be possible. But maybe there's still hope. How about we go here for now, or here, and connect the 2 farms. And then we try to drop a farmer here on our next move, and then with the last move, we draw the crossroad tile to connect into this field through the route that I mentioned before. Then that would work. Yeah, so it does seem that connecting the field is the move here, and also, even if you're not thinking far ahead, it's just immediate 3 points. You're unifying your 9-point field with your opponent's 12-point field. So why not just do that? So I think the real thought here is whether to unify the field through this square or through this square. It seems to me that going here is actually better, because if you're going here, you're giving your opponent easy quick point chances for the Dorito tile with a road. And you might also think that you're giving yourself quick point chances, but here's the thing, it's not enough time for you to score quick points. So actually, as Kaika, you need to hope that your opponent draws the road Dorito, and he goes for the correct one. He attacks over here. Crafty needs to remain calm, just take 3 points, because he's far enough ahead to afford sacrificing the field, I believe. Yes, yes, yes. So surely just 3 immediate points is the move for Crafty. And then we basically allow our opponent to take over the field and we just score. But we never know. Also, Kaika has 6 seconds on the clock, so it's certainly nice to exert some time pressure on them. And also interesting that I know there's an idea that maybe Crafty could go here and drop a farmer just so that Kaika cannot drop a farmer. But there's actually another connection platform on the right where the crossroad would also fit, and there are tile runouts which would make this unblockable. In fact, so what are the remaining tiles? So of course there's the crossroads, there's the road Dorito tile, there is the barbed wire tile. So one of these guys, and was it a straight line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, not a straight line, so something else is remaining. Not a curve, not a monastery. Okay, so Crafty chooses to take 3 points this way. Kaika now, with a tile which he cannot use to drop a farmer here, but he can use it to drop a farmer here. And if CraftyRaf gets the road Dorito, which he might. Ah, no. Boring, anticlimactic. Crafty just gets the crossroads, which means that Kaika does not get to connect over here. If Crafty remembers to block, because the last tile is a starting tile, which still fits here. So Crafty needs to remember this and block that square. If the tiles were reversed, if Kaika were to draw the crossroads and Crafty were to draw the starting tile, then the block would not work anymore, because the way the starting tile fits here still allows for a crossroads. It's just the opposite isn't true. So the block is completed. Nice tile counting from Crafty. Okay, the 1 point road is a bit extra. Crafty does get the extra road Dorito to get him 1 more point. And look at this, and Kaika even had the connection tile in hand, so a bit unfortunate. It would have been more interesting had Black actually managed to succeed to connect to the field, because the plan was very nice. The plan was very, very nice. GG is saying Crafty, and the G was indeed G for him. It's also was for us, because Crafty ties this game, so we're headed into a decider, which means more Carcassonne for us. 2-minute breaks, excellent choice. Yeah, so look at this. The Belgian now clearly recovering both mentally and on the board, starting with quite a difficult position, then finding a nice city attack. And the best thing that Crafty managed to do in this game is like the construction of this city, which looked sort of weakish at first, but it really wasn't. It was really, really threatening, and managed to protect it, wait for his tile, you know, start a new monastery for insurance, restrict his opponent's monastery, create threats on his own, so that, remember, Kaika had a chance to go over here. Oh, look at this. Okay, now I have to look for Kaika. Yes, thank you for doing my job for me. Do me pull the like button, and do subscribe unless you already have to. Certainly very much appreciated this input. Yeah, and good luck in the Deciders match. Yeah, but here's the thing. Because of this threat over here, like, because theoretically Crafty could finish the city. Black drew the tile that would have given him the monastery meeple back. But Black wanted to block that square, and that was a good decision because that prevented a boatload of points, which Blue could have taken. So that's why threats work, is that they force your opponent to use tiles that they need elsewhere to thwart your threats. So very, very well played from Crafty here. Really doesn't seem that Kaika could have done all that much in this game, actually. So, I mean, the plan of reinvading the field was very nice. And Black kind of tried to stop that city. Well, maybe there was one opportunity. No, really, there wasn't really too many opportunities to actually do too many things about that city. So, yeah, no big mistake for Blacks there at all. All right. Okay, so the rematch is starting. In like half a minute or so, I'll probably try and get myself a quick refill of a hot liquid. Alright, Kettle is on, but Carcassonne does not wait, as the decider match has not started yet. That's good to know. This gives me more time to update the score. So 1-1 CraftyRaf versus Kaika. Rodaz versus Visitor Q should have started, but has not, I believe. So we're going to have another no-show, which probably benefits us, actually. Wait, how does that work? We've been here for 1.5 hours, and the match is still going on. It's going to be one of the longest matches ever. It's going to be like 2 hours and stuff. I love these slower games. Both players getting themselves down to 6 seconds at various points in time. And now we've started. We've managed to catch the very, very start of the game. It is the Malaysian player with the slight advantage as the starting player. 4 points for the city. Crafty with a curve, gonna start a loop road. Knows his opening stuff, so this move is indeed slightly superior to the seemingly more greedy turning curve downwards, trying to take advantage from this road. But the integrity of this road is just so much better that it is absolutely worth the point sacrifice. Kaika finding a city in the safest place possible, although actually I like to build the city in a less safe space, pointing to the right for the variety of reasons. Crafty starts his city on his own, Kaika continues his city. Crafty with a crossroad tile, gonna go either here or here, could go either way. But probably going to continue his curve on the right. Makes a little bit more sense. There are some reasons for this. The main reason is that, well, first of all, it kind of keeps your tile here unrestricted. And it also has to do with dagger asymmetry a little bit. It also allows some very nice moves, such as... Imagine a barbed wire tile over here with 2 extra points and a city cap facing here. So some very, very profitable draws are available. Kaika 2 quick points and increases the vulnerability of this square here. 6-0 on the scoreboard. Crafty with a city cap tile now needs to find this sort of kind of uncomfortable move of going here. This is what I see best. Protecting that square, trying to finish up 2 cities at the same time. I really don't see anything better here. Very nice find by the Belgian. It's not an obvious move, actually, because it looks like you are restricting the square, but actually you're protecting the square, because you are making sure that if it gets restricted, there will be at least 3 tiles that fit there no matter what. Crafty's continue his city at the top, suddenly really improving his position. Now Kaika needs to find... Well, actually that's a great question. 2 good moves for Kaika. One is going over here, starting a new city, delaying the recovery of the blue meeple, and also setting up a attacking platform against this guy. The other one is this, which I really like, starting a new city and also threatening against this square. With 2 starting tiles gone out, the threat of getting a city plus field tile and continue his city like this is really unpleasant. This meeple could suffer, but Crafty with the city cap simply will try to drive his point home on the scoreboard. Oh, what aggression! He doesn't finish his city. He goes on the right, trying to create an attacking platform against Kaika's city. Greedy, greedy, Raf. Greedy, greedy. So greedy that it's even a bit greedy for me. But I like this move. I think it's good. And it sets up for productive uses for such tiles as the 2 remaining giraffes next, or the 2 remaining how do you say, the vertical divider tiles or cow tiles. That would be fantastic here, with even some chances of overrunning black cities. So Raf is being really efficient with his tiles. Wiseman is calling it Krishna technique. Yeah, of course, referring to the Latvian player Kriškaučis, who just starts 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 cities without finishing them. But of course, each of them has a reason and a justification. Yeah, I really like this move in this position by Raf, simply because we know Raf realizes that his meeple here is really threatened. And so he kind of wants to find a strategy that would allow him to have a good winning chance despite his meeple getting blocked. And one such strategy is being very efficient with his tiles. Oh, look how interesting. So a very interesting move from Kaika. He chooses to drop an early farmer instead of taking quick points, also setting up a road for himself. This move would also making Raf's meeple really, really vulnerable. So that's why Raf, instead of invading this city over here, chose just simply to get out of harm's way on the right. Now Kaika is successful with his blocking attack. Of course, still 2 tiles that fit over here, but there's an opportunity to go here later. Crafty now goes here, which I don't like. But then it looks like it restricts the field, which it does. But it makes this city more vulnerable. For example, a quadruple city tile could really hurt Raf. In the meantime, the Malaysian just continues his own city. Raf with a Dorito, probably going to go here, expand his own city on the right. Here is also an option, but here is slightly better because it eliminates a monastery spot. And of course protects his city from invasion or blocks. Yeah, so this move is fine. But if you're going to drop a farmer, you don't need to restrict the field. Of course, it's better to go here and actually drop a farmer like this. Then you have... Oh yeah, 3 points, of course, makes sense for Raf as well. Actually, they make even more sense because it denies 3 points to Kaika. Now, of course, the Malaysian is likely... Oh yeah, look at this, look at this. He's now gonna create problems for Raf, all because of this move. Now Raf is kind of forced to go here. Yeah, exactly. This is to protect his city, because if black gets a tile that fits here, that would block the square with some sort of city tile. Then this meeple will be blocked by extension. So not a great situation. Now the first monastery goes to the Malaysian, and really the advantage of Kaika keeps increasing and increasing and increasing. So Raf's fans should be worried. He scores quick points. It makes his city slightly more dangerous, but actually I like this move, because in the event that his city does get blocked, it will actually collect all of these beautiful points lying around. And probably as Raf, I actually want my city to get blocked at this point. Okay, but a shielded tile completes a very nice 12-point city for Kaika, plus 17 points on the scoreboard. Raf luckily gets a city cap. You know, it's time now to go here. Like, it's time. Possibly with a farmer. But then this field is kind of small. I'm not sure it's worth really fighting for it that hard. But given that you're behind, you really need to score the points somewhere, so there's also some expansion potential for this farm, like over here. Somebody's going to draw a road monastery, very likely to use it there. Kaika with a Dorito tile. Maybe just going over here for 6 points is an option. Going here is an option as well. Maybe slightly obstructing this square and also not allowing easy monastery points. So the idea is, like, if we turn this tile inwards, and we might even meeple the city. So yeah, so same stuff, but like the other way. So that would be super counterintuitive, but I think that would work really nicely. Is that we kill off our own city, but we don't care about the completion of that city because there are just so many points there indirectly that it's fine. It works fine as a ruin. But what could happen now is somebody draws a monastery over here, expands the field, which in the long term at least seems to belong to Raf, at least currently belongs to Raf, and also scores 9 points for a road monastery. If Black were to turn this tile the other way, the monastery move would not be possible because this square would be blocked. And because Black has more meeples, later in the game, Black can go here and score 8 points without having to complete his monastery. Black, in the meantime, tries to block Raf completely. He will now succeed. That's an extremely painful move to see if you're Belgian. No, it will be sacrificing a couple of points, but totally worth it, with 2 tiles still available that go there. And again, it's a move that really shouldn't require a lot of time. So maybe Kaik is just really sort of mourning a little bit that he won't be able to score 4 immediate points. But yeah, of course, the block is way, way, way better. Crafty with a triangle. Probably needs to develop his monastery. I really don't see any particularly good moves here. Yeah, so this blocked meeple is a real drag. But there's still a clear winning plan for Raf, and this is to draw the road monastery. And to complete quick 9 points, and ideally as blue, we want to draw the road monastery before our opponent does. Before our opponent manages to drop a farmer here. Because then we'd be expanding the field and not allowing an easy platform for reinvasion. I take issue with this move a little bit. I think it was better to actually place this tile over here for a variety of reasons. But now Raf, how desperate are we? Okay, now of course, taking a meeple back, that's best. But then I wonder if it makes sense to at some point place the curve here to just make sure that this 9-point spot is still in existence. Because a great move for Kaika now is to take the straight line over here. Eliminate this scoring opportunity and leave Raf stranded with just a 6-point field where he has invested 2 meeples versus just 1 meeple of black. Yeah, and this is a really, really strong move and a nice find from the Malaysian. Crafty with a city tile. It's actually a decent tile because it allows us to continue our monastery nicely. No, oh, Raf, not like that. Not like that. The reason why I dislike that move is because it now forces us to place city tiles everywhere next to our monastery. Not something that we want to be doing. Yeah, and also that's a very rushed move, because I'm kind of surprised, because like Raf is normally very deliberate with his timing. And here, I think the move one square to the left is not that hard to find. There are still ways how it could work out. But also what I don't like about this move that sometimes this square gets blocked and then blue loses 2 meeples compared to 1 meeple of black. Because ideally what blue wants to do, like blue's a little bit behind, the scoreboard doesn't matter that much, but the blocked meeple, that really stings. That really stings. So blue needs to find ways how he can score without and also getting meeples back. And one way of placing this tile like this, that would give us a very easy point scoring opportunities with monasteries. And now there are not many good monastery spots on the board. I mean, there are, but this spot helps black more than it helps blue. Blue now gets a fantastic tile, which gets to him to threaten the completion of a 12-point city. Kaika now made a very interesting move before, kind of starting a new city next to Blue's monastery. It's something that Blue should be happy to see, because this means that Blue doesn't need to worry about the safety of this monastery meeple. If the square gets blocked, then Black's meeple's going down as well. Black now with a scoring tile. The best move is going over here, scoring 2 points for the road with the city cap facing inside the city of Black. Don't really see anything else. There's also another interesting move is actually going over here. Yeah, I like that too. I love that too. It gives sort of like 1 temporary point to Black, but it threatens to draw a Dorito tile and block Blue's city. So the exact stuff that I was talking about is just Blue is fortunate enough to draw this tile early enough, and it ends up working out. But I love the idea, because the worst case scenario also what can happen, Black can simply revitalize the idea of him finishing the city, maybe get a Dorito tile over here, a couple of city caps, and have a 14/16 points city of his own. But CraftyRaf, for the first time in the game, completes a 12-point city and retakes the scoreboard lead. Yeah, Kaik is now trying to work with the other city. That's a very nice idea here. Raf, of course, will go over here, try to prevent all of these shenanigans from happening. This move has a double purpose, restricting this square severely, and also setting up an attacking platform against Black City at the bottom. What are some other opportunities? Only moves of marginal value are available to me. Maybe here or here, just kind of trying to add what seems like a green square to Blue's field. Blue's field is actually not that bad. The reason why it's not that bad is that there's still 3 daggers available, which fits here or here or here, and a dagger would be able to expand Blue's field. Yeah, so sometimes, like, horizontal lines, like parallel lines, are annoying and they restrict the field a lot, but they don't restrict the field as much as the lines around this field. So if you're farming, it's better to have something like this than something like this. Also, just like with a simple curve here, it's possible to add some green squares for further expansion. And I think what Blue really needs is just 1 more city in this farm, and it will be enough to justify it. There are some other problems in Blue's position. Actually, still Blue needs a curve to invade this farm in the first place. And whilst there are 4 curves available, curves are necessary in other spots to score quick points. So in many cases, wow. Yeah, I can see this move, but it's not good. The purpose of this move is, of course, taking control of this other farm, which will be worth at least 6 points upon completion of Black's monastery, and could be worth even 9 points if Black continues his city. What I strongly dislike is leaving this square alone, which could have been already blocked at this point. But now Kaika will go here and try to finish his city, which he should. I think Black might think that this city can still be invaded, which it can. But there are not that many city caps with a piece of road going to him. So like after this move over here, the threat of completing the city is pretty severe. And this will show the upside of Kaika's move over here because it's a double purpose move. It was not only trying to block Blue's city, which was unsuccessful, but increasing the chance of eventually completing a city of his own is something that Black might capitalize on. An alternative is just to go over here and take 3 points, but this threat is actually already 3 points because we will be expanding our city a lot. Yeah, and it's just such a nice threat to have. CraftyRaf will be so often sacrificing points to deal with that city. But now Blue needs to show a bit of discipline. So what interesting is that Kaika is already fighting for the field, which I think is a bit premature. Because this and this meeple could get tied up together. A strong move from Crafty is going here, preventing Kaika from finishing the city and dropping a farmer, and making it so that if Black chooses to connect to the field, Black would be making his own city more vulnerable, because let's say Blue goes here, Black goes here, and then Blue goes here, and Black is basically blocked. But Blue instead chooses to make a move which is not that strong. It creates an attacking platform against Black, but I think Blue might not be counting tiles. It does not really give, it just gives only 2 extra tiles to work with. I think 2. Yeah, it just gives 2 extra tiles to work with, because there was already a connection platform over here. So now what Blue made sure is that Blue can use starting tiles in order to invade that city. But it seems to give very marginal value. Black now scores quick points, and Blue gets a curve, and now Blue will be in trouble. Because Blue needs it here to score quick points. Blue needs it here to invade the field. Blue needs it here and here to start attacking the city. Blue needs it here to attack that city. And Blue might even need it here to restrict the field entry. Probably the move that I want to eliminate is this quick points over here. They can wait. Yeah, and there are really not many curves remaining. There's only 2. I want to go here. Oh, that'll be my move. Wiseman is asking why not reduce the out of the bigger city by 60% of. So I presume that you are thinking of placing the straight line like this. Maybe there will still be 4 tiles available to finish it though. It seems not enough. Because if I'm Blue, I would probably be looking at opportunities to win the game despite my Black finishing that city. If blue is successful in blocking that square, then I probably already start preferring blue over black even. Alrighty, so black completes the field connection. Blue now with the curve. That's gonna need to make an interesting decision. Do we go over here and further restrict the city, leaving only 2 tiles available to complete? Or do we go over here and finally complete the field connection? There's only 1 curve remaining in the deck. I kind of feel that we really can't postpone this for a long time. This field could be important. There are ways to expand this, yeah, and CraftyRaf does decide to connect, but because he doesn't block, and because he listens to my advice, which he shouldn't have apparently, I mean, I still stand by that move, but it's always like when you play Carcassonne and you need the same tile for a variety of reasons, it feels like no matter what you do, you're gonna make the wrong choice. If only had he put this tile over here, black would not have been able to close that city. But this move is still correct, because even after the block, there would still be 2 tiles that fit here. So if anything, I just I like the idea of giving up on the city on the first place. So, or generally, like, instead of this move, block that city much earlier. We do seem to be back online. Please do confirm if that is the case. Apologize for some hardware issues that we have had. So a lot of things have happened in this game, and the Malaysian player still has advantage, but CraftyRaf is fighting through. For example, here, Crafty's setting up an opportunity to finish the monastery with another monastery. It now appears that instead of me, Crafty has disconnected. Let's just check if that's the case. And the field at the top has developed into 9 points, but the problem for Raf is that the field at the bottom is an issue. But look at that. CraftyRaf draws the last curve, which he won't put over here, because of course he does not want to expand the field which currently belongs to black. So now, as Raf's fans, we need to start thinking, what can we do to win this game? I think there are some possible answers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a crossroads remaining. You know what? I think we just go here and meeple this road. And we try to score whilst also getting a meeple back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 1 crossroads. So that works. And there's also 1 monastery remaining. Oh, no. I can't believe this. It's a minus 3-point move. I think it's a time trouble speaking. It was a completely salvageable game. Yeah, I guess there was another way to invade the field through the monastery, but it's something that we could have hoped for. Oh, actually, wait. I wasn't aware that. Were you able to actually hear the music? Because here's the thing. Like, my computer just sort of randomly turned off. I'm not sure why. It sometimes does this. Like, once every couple of weeks, it does this. And I was just like doodling on the piano, waiting for while it turns back on. But I didn't assume that somebody could hear me. Anyway, surprisingly, Raf is only down 9 points on the scoreboard, but he's down on the field 12 points. Whilst his own field is only 9 points, and black also has a massive ruin. So I don't know what Raf needs to do to win this game. but I think it starts with the word M and ends with Irical. How about we finish our monastery meeple the city cap? Maybe like this. And then we try to draw another city cap and then drop another farmer. Instead, Raf. Oh no, it's not a misclick. It's not a misclick. It's an attempt to invade the field through a road monastery. That's kind of nice, actually. Will that be enough? That's the question. You see now, but Kaika meeples the road, which Raf could have meepled himself. Okay, so now Raf goes here, right? Right? It's a 12-point move. So that's something. Now Raf is ahead on the field, but Kaika has the long road and the ruin, and so Raf needs something more. He needs to equalize the ruin, or overrun the field, something like this. Don't meeple the monastery, it's too early for stuff like this. It's still, I think, based on the tiles remaining, still possible to invade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No straight lines remaining. Sadly, that makes things a little bit difficult. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No big tiles remaining either. A Kaika with a city cap and some quick points, presumably. Crafty with double city caps, and it's a tile with which I do not believe anything meaningful can be accomplished. I don't see any field invasion platforms. I don't see any city invasion platforms with the tiles that are still available. In theory, early in the... Wait, no, there is a field invasion platform. What am I talking about? We go here, drop a farmer, and try to get the Dorito, one of which is still in the deck. Then we can... and there's also the splitter as well. Come on, going over... Just still fight, invade the field. It was like a 14-point move available. And actually, Kaika now, just to hammer the point home, he can go here and drop a farmer himself and try to overrun the field through a Dorito. If I'm not mistaken, and yes, I'm not mistaken, there's still a Dorito remaining, but Raf is extremely short on time. The Malaysian just chooses quick points. Raf would have gotten the Dorito, so he would have connected to the field. Might have not been enough, but I think it would have made things really, really close. So Raf would have had 11 extra points comparison to what he had in the game. Actually, not 11. I'll tell you more. Raf would have had 14 extra points comparison to what he had in the game. Because, of course, this city would not have been 4 points. It would have been worth just 1 point for Kaika. Let's see if 14 points would have made the difference. I don't think they would have. Also, yeah, going over here was actually a 2 in 3 chance to connect. It was unblockable, and there were still 2 tiles that fit into that square. But it's clearly the time trouble that was an issue. Or time management, rather. Yeah, Kaika with a 5-point road as well. And we will see the score in just a second. So again, 14 extra points. It is what Blue would have had with correct play. Would it have not been enough? I don't think it would have been enough. Just 9 points for the field up top. Yeah, so 19 points is the difference. And then with 14 extra points... Oh, 16 points is the... Wait. 26 points is the difference. So with 14 extra points, the difference would be... less. Raf is saying, GG, I hope I didn't win a miss in the end. No, not a... win, but just 14 extra points. Well, yes. So now, of course, Raf realizing about the farms, but no, clearly not. 26 points is just too much to overcome. But I think there were still chances for Raf. So really a move that I would have liked, instead of the 3 points for the road over here, just meepling this road and still having 2 tiles that fit into that square. Then, first of all, you get your own road, you get your meeple back. That's already like 8 points. Second, you deny Black this high point scoring opportunity. Black, of course, still later connects the field, but then you can commit your invasion later in the same way as you did. Something like that. So it just seems that that Raf was just like not desperate enough, I guess. And also, like, placing your last meeple on the road is it's not even that desperate with 2 tiles remaining that fit here, with multiple tiles remaining to complete your monastery and so on. Yeah, overall, very interesting game, and I felt like the Malaysian player at first certainly got the better draws at the start to finish some cities. Then Raf fought back nicely with this city over here, very painfully, but finally building up the field at the top to 9 points. The Malaysian, although managed to have the Saroon very, very nicely, got to sneak away with this city, and it felt that at some point maybe just a bit more calculated desperation was in order for the Belgian, but you know, the clock is what it is. Overall, very exciting match. You kind of felt that the outcome was fair for all 3 games. And yeah, just a great performance from the Malaysian. We will be looking forward to following Kaika in the finals already of qualification 2. Oh, thank you for reminding. Yeah, every time my setup resets, I just need to do the thing with the drawings again. It's very, very easily done. But I wasn't drawing anything. Wait, isn't that interesting? Yeah, there we go. But I wasn't drawing anything elaborate. Oh, and the scoreboard also needs resetting, which is also pretty... Yeah, there we go. That's easily done. And also the scoreboard needs updating as well. 2 hours lasted this match. Certainly not something that we expected. Or at least not... I should speak for myself, I guess. Certainly not something that I expected. Yeah, so commiserations to Raf, but not too many commiserations, because that was the upper round, meaning that Raf will be moving on to the losers bracket. Let's actually open it in just in seconds. Oh, look at this. Kaika says he studied Raf's game, so he was very methodical about this. Well, time trouble is not good for anyone, Raf. That's why try not to get yourself into the time trouble. Yeah, so the players still discussing some possibilities. This is the kind of atmosphere that you want to have after the game. You know, post-mortem analysis is always very fun in chess and in Carcassonne as well. Better than, you know, accusing your opponent of luck for some reason. No, kind of tile draw wise, I think this match was pretty balanced, so... Alrighty. So, first of all, we go to the bracket of Q2. And I think that was Q2 too. Yeah, so Kaika will now be playing in the finals against either Buha of Croatia or Crocodile Funny of the United States. And Crafty, so loser of 13, will be playing either against the champion of Lithuania, Kęstutis Kurenius, or whoever wins between the representatives of Norway or Cuba over here. But either that, Raf is taking a little break. He kind of will need to wait for a couple of matches before he even gets to meet his next opponent. And then, you know, an uphill climb, but a real possibility to still qualify. All right, now we're moving on. Hi, Raf. Commiserations. Hi, Milek. Thank you for the kind words. Nico is saying, unfortunately, it seems too many players don't show up on time. Yeah, so actually, but it worked out for us because the match that was supposed to start at 1 p.m. didn't happen because visitor queue did not show up on time, which means that all the attention was devoted to Raf and Kaika, and now we get to watch the 2 o'clock match from Q4, that's from the losers bracket. And just to remind you real quickly, so this is the match, Miss Penguin versus Karupayun. Karupayun lost against yours truly in the opening round, then squeezed past João Margarito in the first round of the loser's bracket. Now we'll be playing against Miss Penguin, who first of all very convincingly defeated the Ukrainian master. Wait. That was not Miss Penguin. Yeah, very convincingly defeated the Colombian master Killuminati Warrior. And then very narrowly in a quite a dramatic game, and despite her excellent performance, lost against the play with screen name Rabbit Rain of Japan. And whoever wins of them gets to play Devdeen, and then I will be waiting for them in the lower consolidated final. So, a match that matters to me quite a lot. We will be going right in. Penguin EM. This game has been going on for 7 minutes. We can see that already 789 is her rating, so she is at her peak at the moment. I think 785 was her peak before, so must be in her best form. Wow, what's an interesting situation. Well, the Argentinian player is toast. That's actually all there is to it. Horrible position for red. And Miss Penguin, who's playing with black meeples, is just doing great. Okay, so let's jump into it. First of all, Karupayun here has no points and no meeples. His meeples are on stuff, but this road is shared, so that doesn't amount to much. These 2 monasteries are almost blocked because there's only one tile that fits into that square. And it's not that one, it's the other kind of dagger. It's this kind of dagger, of which there are 2. Karupayun has a city available to him, but he cannot finish it because Miss Penguin just added a thorn into it in the form of a cow tile, so a couple of extra tiles will be needed before he can get a meeple back. Red has a very optimistic looking 3-point farmer, which actually probably wasn't a bad farmer at the time. It's looking, you know, to expand in the future. Red has a road that could get him a meeple back. And there's also this sensitive square. Black is taking over, is trying to take over the shared road. And Black will be now finishing her big city at the top, and it looks like it's not going to be a very interesting game. Poor Karupayun will get destroyed. Or will he? Yes, he will. But still, we can try and make this game interesting for ourselves by thinking, okay, in this horrible position, are there any ways of trying to make a comeback? And I believe that there are. 30-something, 34 points is the difference on the scoreboard, but Karupayun now has the chance to go over here and take 4 points, and set up a coin flip for a 9-point monastery for himself. That looks like a fantastic opportunity. Pretty much the only thing that worth doing. So, Let's hope that he does that. CraftyRaf, when I say the highest rated player in Belgium, I'm referring to peak rating rather than current rating. And also I think that peak rating is the most objective metric. I guess current rating sort of tells something about one's form, but just because Carcassonne has variance, you know, you can lose 100 points one day and you can win 100 points the other day. And also, the reason why I like to use peak metric as peak rating as a metric is because that's something that I have, and some other metrics I might not have. Because I'm kind of like not rated very high at the moment. Yeah. Karupayun is just like you can't make defensive moves like these. Also, it's barely a defensive move. It's actually, yeah, I know it expands his field, but come on. Black gets his monasteries. Now red rightfully starts breaking one of these monasteries. Black will probably complete one of his monasteries, or maybe black want to go over here instead. Yeah, black just completes the monastery. Just she doesn't want any trouble. I'm not sure. I didn't put any delay to the stream. Okay, finally Karupayun scores 4 points and sets up that monastery. Oh, but what a fantastic tile for Miss Penguin. Getting her city back, starting a 4-point road. Honestly, it's kind of very sad. Like, sometimes, on one hand, these blowout games are not very interesting because you know who's going to win. But on some other levels, they're like satisfying to watch because they satisfy like some animal sadistic part of one's subconsciousness, I guess. It's the same reason why some people like watching boxing matches or you know, like films with lots of violence in them. But it's not that. It's just kind of, it's satisfying to watch a lot of points and, you know, features being closed, like big cities and stuff, even if they belong to just one player. Yeah, so the stream should just be delayed by like the normal 5 seconds or so rather than 30. I'm not sure what that's about. I also checked my connection seems fine and everything. Definitely didn't put any additional delays. Yeah, so Karupayun's really trying to protect his road there, and temporarily it actually really works. Because Penguin could have blocked the square, but she didn't. Instead, she gets 3 points for the road, gets her monastery meeple back, but also this very nicely protects the red's field for 9 points. Like, red, if not for the 60 points advantage on the scoreboard, I'd say that red has some chances. But wait, let's just start thinking about this, right? Imagine if black just gets useless tiles. Let's say red gets a couple of Doritos. No, let's say red goes here, another extender, a couple of Doritos. Yeah, red needs to do this. Red needs to make scoring moves every single move. Okay, this. How much is that? 1, 2. Let's say shielded Doritos, right? So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. And then also here, 12, 14, 28 point city. 9 point monastery, that's 37. 2 monasteries for 18, that's 55. And 4 more city points at 59, because there's still one tile that fits here. Yeah, actually, wait. Karupayun can very easily get 59 points. Well, not very easily, but kinda easily. So that's why what Miss Penguin chooses to do is simply create counter threats. You know, you build, I build. You can get a lot of points, I can get a little bit of points, and that's enough for me. Yeah, because the thing is, if Karupayun gets the 59 points, Penguin will still be ahead because of this part over here. And also, this one doesn't have a shield, so it's going to be 57 instead of 59. Miss Penguin now trying to build the city over here. There's still plenty of Doritos remaining that fit there, but one for Karupayun. That's very nice building over here. And also, massive credit goes to Red for putting this extender tile there, which normally is not a good thing to do because that kind of breaks the pattern of the city. It makes it harder to complete, but he realizes that he really needed those extra 8 points. Yeah, Black now very, very timely draws this tile to drop a farmer, because Red, of course, would have gone over here and dropped a farmer himself. Now, as Red is difficult to recommend something, we could go here just to get that meeple, because this meeple will matter, because we will need to attack this field. We could go here, simply try and shorten Black's road, or we could go here, meeple 3-point road, and try to draw some quick points. Kind of, I'm a bit inclined to the last option. Just because it feels like we need to score all the time. Karupayun simply gets a meeple back, which is, you know, healthy, solid, all these things. Miss Penguin with a splitter tile. Maybe we go here. Try to drop another farmer. So that if Karupayun gets a monastery for 9 points, then we've secured a nice field at the top with already 2 meeples. And of course, it's nice to have some setups for scoring with city caps. An alternative is just to start a new city over here. Or maybe start a field over here. But as Miss Penguin here, I would play like as small ball as possible. Yeah, farmer also makes total sense. Karupayun now needs to go over here, drop a farmer. Or block the square. Yeah, that's probably better, maybe, but it could backfire so hard. And he's now even thinking about a farmer. Yeah, because now what Miss Penguin gonna do? She's gonna go over here, defend, and drop a farmer herself. She will leave 2 tiles that fit into that square. Oh, just 1 tile. Yeah, so she might actually not do this. I think she might just ignore that square, yeah, and take quick points. Yeah, that's very nice. And also I think most important is that that was the last hope, so she drew the tile that went over here. Now, of course, the Argentinian will gladly block Miss Penguin City. And here's the thing about creating those counter threats. So you just kind of force your opponents to spend tiles on blocking you. You can afford to withstand the blocks given that you're ahead. And she still gained 6 points for the city in the process. Whilst the Argentinian player really needs these tiles elsewhere as well. Now another nice 6-point city goes to Miss Penguin, blocking the square that's already blocked. And see, now look at this. The Argentinian takes 9 points for the monastery, but had this threat not been there, he would have first dropped a farmer and then taken the 9 points for the monastery. So he would have already had a meeple on the farm, which he now doesn't. So he will need to find other ways how to attack the field, and it's not something that's possible to accomplish with the tile he currently holds in hand. Maybe going over here, starting a small farm. There is still a starting tile, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there's still 2 starting tiles. Yeah, so actually we probably should go here and then try to drop another 9-point farmer there. That would work. Probably, nah, not like this. Not like this. I think at the top was better. It was better. I don't think I'm mistaken. I think there's still 2 starting tiles left. And it's a very nice setup for 7 points here. and for 12 points over here. Ending up with 2 9-point fields. I think would have been very powerful. This is okay, but it's not powerful. Yeah, so he will score the same quick points as he would have scored here on the right. A curve goes for Miss Penguin. She will now gladly occupy this 6-point field, or maybe just take the 4 points for the road. That probably makes more sense. Of course, you want to choose the point scoring opportunity that does not require the investment of a meeple. Now Karupayun gets a starting tile, which could have been used over here had he noticed this, but he didn't. So I don't know, what does he do? I think I know. So we just first of all score 4 points over here. And then we try to get another starting tile or a straight line if there's one remaining, even though there isn't. So we just get another starting tile, go over here, drop a farmer like this on the next move, and then we connect to the main farm whilst also scoring road points. So that's an opportunity. Just going over here for the farm also works. Yeah, it feels like that farmer would have made things closer than one might think. Okay, so he goes for this for the plan, takes 4 points, and then hopes to connect to the farm. It's something that could, in theory, be ruined by Miss Penguin if she just goes here. But she simply chooses to score points. Alright, so that's an okay tile. The ideal sequence, of course, would have been to get the starting tile first and the curve later, but this also works. Drop a farmer here. Connect to the field, then drop one more farmer later. I'm not sure if there's anything more elaborate that could be done. Yeah, so 6-point farmer. It goes for karupayun. Quick point tile for Miss Penguin. 4 points, very generously provided to her by karupayun. And unfortunately, he does not draw a tile to connect to the field, but he draws a decentish tile to score a little bit. I mean, what exactly do you do? Probably just a 3-point farmer somewhere. Seems to be the way to go. Should not matter necessarily, but it's nice to do some endgame practice even if the result of the game has been determined. Just a 3-point farmer for karupayun, and unfortunately the coin flip for the starting tile is lost. Miss Penguin will... Oh, actually, she'll just score 7 points. Whoop, slight miss. I believe she gets 6 points for the farm instead of the 7 over here. Ay, Miss Penguin. Sloppy. But, I mean, of course, it doesn't matter if you win with a gazillion points or a gazillion plus 1 point. 1 minute break is suggested by the Taiwanese player. A suggestion most welcome, if you ask me. The 9-point field will belong to karupayun in the center, ends up to being quite a productive farmer, and gets him over the 100-point mark. 24 points is the difference, so a comfortable lead for the Taiwanese player. Yeah, that city, of course, was decisive, but even that city aside, like, I'm not sure how it came down to this. I'm not sure, what were the players' mistakes, or was it just the tile draws? But at that position, it looked just so tough for Reds at that point, that even without that city finished, it was the Argentinian already hanging for his life. Still, a lot of respect for trying to come back. And with some better tile draws, he would have probably made it, gained some extra 15 points, maybe even 20. But 24 point is the final difference, and 795 is now the rating of Penguin. And so if she wins the next game, I believe she might cross the 800 elo threshold, although I'm not sure if you can gain... I don't think you can gain 5 points from somebody rated 650. It's maybe like 4 points or something, or it's very, very close. But of course, the Argentina will be doing everything to prevent that. All right, let's see if they have already started. I will open the player's profile and start. Okay, so they just created the game. They have not started it. That gives me just enough time to update the scoreboard. That Miss Penguin is 1 point ahead. And we'll be now just refreshing. Or will be. Okay, the game's still not started. It's enough time to get restocked on hot beverages a little bit more. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Right, so the game has started indeed. This time, man, it's looking good for the Argentinian, for the Taiwanese player again, as she already continues, as she's starting with the best tile in the deck, basically, and already finishing an 8-point city. And she gets a monastery, man. Poor karupayun can't get a break. What an opening for the Argentinian, for the Taiwanese player, rather. Starts a new city without meepling it. Now probably going to take some quick points, or maybe just get a meeple back from his road. Yeah, the most important thing here is that it's just not to tilt. Okay, we're behind 10 points in this position. Way more than that, but it's okay. It's salvageable. We just need to draw a bunch of good stuff. And it's in the interest of all the neutral fans, because if the Argentinian loses this one, then he'll be losing this match as well, and the match will be over. Karupayun equalizing the score is the only way for us to get to see 3 Carcassonne games. Thank you, Wisemate, for confirming that Penguin gained 6.37 rating points in the previous game, which I think puts 800 slightly above reach. It's going to be close. Because the thing that happens is, like, she's not going to gain as much rating again if she wins, because Karupayun lost rating, she gained rating, so they are further apart. And also, Board Game Arena has added this ridiculous penalty, if you remember. The one that if you play against the same opponent, then if you win against the same opponent multiple times in a row, you gain less and less and less rating, which, it has been discussed in the international community enough. Okay. Interesting things. Penguin makes a move which I profoundly disagree. Starting a road over here is something that I strongly dislike. I understand the logic, but I think a better move for Miss Penguin was to just go here and start a loop road and set up more monastery squares. But this move over here, her idea was basically try and build a road like this, right? But it is an unlikely thing to happen. With a road end at the top, Karupayun can quite easily start his own construction project, which he did, making the square more vulnerable. So I profoundly disagree with this move, and because it kills off monastery squares, it makes the monastery more vulnerable, and if only black had placed a tile over here, then we're in a fantastic position. We're threatening a curve, we're controlling a road end which allows us to take quick points, whilst also expanding our monastery, and we have extra monastery squares. So that's the most dangerous part about this position. But now it is already the Argentina who's in the scoreboard lead. So fortunately for Miss Penguin, she does get to finish her monastery, but in a awkward way, she does get the 3 extra road points. But now this road meeple is troubled. Karupayun will now super gladly to take this juicy piece of city, severely restricting the options for this road meeple and threatening a city of his own for like 12 points. 10 points rather. Penguin cannot defend, so she's forced to simply start a new city, but she's opening a blocking platform, so she will lose a meeple, which was avoidable. So I really like what Karupayun is doing here, and it's also like based on the timing of the moves, I kind of feel that the Argentinian was a bit tilted at the start because the start was really wrong for him. But then after this road move and after like these quick points, it's kind of I can really feel Red get him some hope in this. So like I can imagine like his mind going, okay, I guess I'm losing this 2-0, and now he's like, wait a minute, wait, we can actually do something here. Wait. So now, for example, he has a really annoying move of taking 4 points and then trying to do something painful about these 2 squares. The only thing he needs to do is resist the temptation of invading this square. It's not worth it. Just take the 4 points. It's worth it. The 4 points are worth it. The invasion not worth it. Because, yeah, so normally you should be a bit scared of making moves like these because it opens a platform for reconnection and kind of overrunning this big city. But there's only one of these horse tiles remaining. So I guarantee you that black is not going to invest a meeple into what's a 50-50 chance of scoring a 14-point city. Not with a scoreboard lead, she won't. And the more Red is thinking about this, the more I'm starting getting concerned that they might come up with some sort of creative move. But it's not the moment to be creative. Sure, take your time, but just take the 4 points. I can't handle this anymore. He does invade, which I believe is a mistake. The reason why it's a mistake is because it leaves this city cap open, and it gives Miss Penguin, first of all, a decent chance of just taking 4 points. And there's also some chances of getting blocked over here. Not getting blocked, but getting attacked. So the last horse tile has been drawn. Karupayun will eventually get the quick points, which he should gladly take. Or actually he might go here, but I wouldn't. Yeah, but you see the idea, like, had he taken 4 points over here, he could have already gone over here, starting a really annoying block against black. Ooh, but instead he starts a new city himself. Well, that's the ambitious constructing project. Certainly have to give credit for the creativity, but is it really the time to be creative? Just what's wrong with just taking 4 points? Why nobody wants the city cap? Like, also, Miss Penguin does not want Miss Penguin doesn't want the city cap. Karupayun doesn't want the city cap. Nobody wants city caps. Everybody wants starting to score 3-point cities and invest a meeple. And actually, this guy is 1 tile away from getting blocked. Because look at this. So, no splitter fit into this square, which means that this will need to be part of the city. And if black were to go over here, then there's no more horse tiles. So that's why Karupayun is forced to continue his city indirectly. But this gives up a very nice 3-point road for Miss Penguin. So giving up more quick points is not something that you want to do when you're behind. And there's also going to be another problem. When Miss Penguin finishes her city, she'll expose this square and try to block that, and we'll need to react to that as the Argentinian. Now, still, like, it's a reasonable position for red to play. Well, maybe after squandering out a couple of quick points, a bit less so, but still, it's doable, just because the long-term meeple advantage belongs to Karupayun. This means that with a bunch of city caps still in the deck, we could develop a big field in the future. And big fields favor the side that has more meeples. Okay, 4-point monastery, lovely. Setting up a 3-point road, lovely. Also supporting the city. A bit dangerous, but lovely. Karupayun finally getting the 4 quick points. Let's see how Miss Penguin reacts. She probably... I'm surprised that she's starting a new... She's finishing a city. It certainly makes sense, but I would have expected her to actually go here and start blocking this square. But now still, Karupayun is in a pickle because he has a straight line and he can't go here because that would block 2 of his meeples. So what does he do? Does he go here? Does he go here? Just no good move for the Argentinians, seemingly. So I'm just going to wait and see what he does. Maybe just adding a monastery point, realizing that, you know, we're very likely to lose 2 meeples here. Or at least 1 meeple. Yeah, he chooses to just dump it. And this also does something else. It eliminates monastery spots. Also, I'm surprised about this move from Miss Penguin. Why not just block this square? Oh, because now she's going to get punished for the greed. Because this move, of course, gives her meeple back, and it takes 3 points. It equalizes a 1-point city with a 3-point city. But she could have just gone here and block the square because there are no horse tiles available. But now Karupayun can go either here to defend directly and leave himself 3 Dorito tiles that fit into that square, loads of Dorito tiles that fit into that square, and a bunch of city caps, and he could run away with a big city. He could also go here and try to block indirectly, but that would be bad because there's still many straight lines remaining. So really it's between this and this, but the truth is just it's really this, and then we're trying to run away with that city. He might be tempted to also go here and try to invade. It's something that we might get to do later. But, like, if your opponent can block your meeple with a 100% chance, and then she doesn't do it, well, then you have to jump on that chance. Like, you're given your 9th life as a cat. I think I think I can understand this move, like from a perspective of just pure equity, because still, even after this move, Black is very much likely to still block that square if she gets a straight line or something. There's still many straight lines. Instead, of course, she blocks another square, which is fine. Karupayun now needs to test how greedy he wants to be. So the greedy way would be to go here and score 2 points, setting up a loop road going through his city. The responsible move, yeah, he goes for the greedy route, I love it. The responsible move is going here and freeing up his meeple because we're running out on crossroads, but I love the greed. I always love the greed. Miss Penguin tries to block. Karupayun can maybe defend? Should he go here or not? I don't know. He does, but it doesn't actually give a lot of good defense chances. Because now a straight line doesn't fit here, and the straight line is a saving tile. As for blocking tiles, indeed, the number of blocking tiles is reduced, so that's why Miss Penguin changes her approach, and he chooses to simply invade the city. But Karupayun now gets a tile which allows him to get 1 point and preserve the integrity of his monastery, which is something that's worth doing because it's still possible for somebody to invade over here and overrun the shared city, and it's a possibility that would like to preserve. And certainly, I want to finish my monastery, so adding 1 point here seems like a worthy endeavor. Of course, this square is sensitive and this square is sensitive because there are not many crossroads remaining, but with 2 remaining, we can probably afford that. Yes, Raf, I saw your comment about the first game early on from a couple of hours ago. Yeah, so the field in the first game between CraftyRaf and Kaika87 would indeed have been decisive. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. And Karupayun decided that it's worth it to try and complete that monastery. It's a worthy use of a city camp. Miss Penguin now needs to decide how far is she ahead. And I would start thinking that maybe not that far. So probably 4 points are okay. If she were to think she's far ahead, she might just choose to close down the city to simply prevent Red from drawing something that would reinvade the city from this side. Both players exchange quick points. There are now already some farming opportunities on both sides. And now actually Miss Penguin, I know, she chooses to start a new city, which makes sense. There's still 2 crossroads that fit into that square, so as Karupayun, we're not too worried. Ooh, that's interesting. She drops a farmer. Okay, that's fine. Then as Karupayun, we get to pick up the city later. We get 3 points over here for the monastery. Now 1 tile away from being completed. Only -11 on the scoreboard. Miss Penguin will get a crossroad tile. Why did I call it a crossroad tile? It's a Dorito tile. It looks nothing like a crossroads. Like, sometimes the way I mix up words, it's mysterious to me as well. A Dorito tile, a city triangle tile. She will go over here or over here, start a new city, and also once she adds a tile over here, she will threaten this road a little bit. Karupayun with a curve. Probably could release his meeple. Could be more aggressive, could maybe drop a farmer here or here. Here it would be bad. So he just chooses to get a meeple back. He will need those for later, so that's nice. City tile for Miss Penguin, and she is keen on diminishing her chances of completing her city just for a better shot at permanently blocking the Red's road. Red with a monastery tile, a variety of options. Could start a monastery. here. Could start a field. I'm probably inclined to still go for a monastery, just because there's still 2 more remaining and we could still build a cluster. Or maybe something crazy like a farmer here, hoping to get the road monastery. But wait, now we're just 2 points behind on the scoreboard, and we're 2 meeples ahead. It's really not that much hoping that we need to do. So just with some carefully planned construction projects, I think the Argentinian player could really have a strong chance to win this game. In this position, I probably slightly prefer black. No, I'm not sure, actually. I think I might even slightly prefer red. Just because of the meeple count. Yeah. So, red just discards a monastery, which is an understandable decision, but then I wonder what are they saving their meeples for? Maybe their idea is that there's still a bunch of city caps and they could use those meeples for farming later. But given the high number of road tiles remaining, it's the same situation as we had in the second game between CraftyRaf and Kaika87, where actually you can build up that monastery to 8 points really quickly, and you might even get a meeple back. And that's what almost ended up happening. So Karupayun just starts a new city. Miss Penguin viciously is building up another one. Karupayun just building. A curve for Miss Penguin. And you see now the move that she can play is something like this. And having this 6-point farmer. And that would be annoying, because this would be also setting up a 4-point road with a crossroads. Karupayun needs a 4-point road over here, a crossroads over here. So he won't be able to take advantage of the crossroads on this side. But Miss Penguin chooses to preserve her meeples and not do it, simply creating a blocking platform against Karupayun. Yeah, now Karupayun finally farms. It's the best thing that you can do with a straight line, especially when you have this many meeples. Now a blocking move from Miss Penguin, severely restricting the number of tiles that's still available in this square. There are still some, but not many. The Argentinian probably going to take another 6-point field. Seems like something worth doing. And then he's going to get another city cap and then take another 6-point field. Because the idea, like, if you're going to forego a monastery, it's precisely for stuff like this. Because, like, where else are you going to use your road tiles? And also, you don't want to allow your opponent to farm. Because there are some scenarios that, like, maybe she drops a farmer here, then gets the last remaining vertical splitter here, and has 2 9-point farms. That would be something that red would not be able to overcome. So this spot here seems to be fairly sensitive. I would occupy it immediately. Ooh, thank you, Wise Maze, for confirming that actually it was better for Miss Penguin to block from the other side. It's a case of dagger asymmetry, apparently. Let's see. Okay, wow, she's now threatening to finish a city, and Sophie's choice for Karupayun. Do we finish the city here and drop a farmer, or do we use the last chance to invade or block over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, only one tile left to invade. Oh, that's annoying, that's annoying. Also, only 1 tile left here. That's also annoying. I really don't know. I think this is the case where you should just calculate and burn our entire time. It seems that we need to prioritize the city just because there's still so many Doritos remaining. The question of whether to place this move with or without a meeple is not obvious. Because if we're going here, we're very likely to get blocked here. Yeah, I like this. I like this without a meeple. But this still, just creating this threat is already of massive, massive benefit for Miss Penguin, because this meeple stays here for a long enough time that actually he might not see the lights of day. Yeah, and the reason why, so this sequence would have been way, way better from the other side is because there's still one more dagger like this, but there are no other daggers. So that's the classic case of dagger asymmetry, right? So because all of these guys have gone out, and now red still has a tile to free up his meeple, but if this curve were here and the straight line were here, then this meeple would have already been dead. And Miss Penguin tries to fix that by restricting that city even further, creating another blocking platform. Now, of course, the Argentinian will go over here to block this square. We really don't want to leave it up to chance because there's still one tile that fits there. And I think also what he's thinking whether it's really worth to drop a farmer, whether he needs to hope for a 50-50. Because if he gets a crossroads, then if he drops a farm right here, completing his road would also complete the invasion into the field. And what he might do, he might go here, drop a farmer like this, and then get a curve, drop a farmer here. I cannot believe that move. It is probably the worst move that I've seen today. I think it's okay. One of us is miscounting tiles. It's either the Argentinian. I don't know. I can explain this move with only nerves or a miscount. What is going on with the play with the red meeples? Red has a 50-50 chance of completing this city, and we get a tile which has no other use. Just we don't need it anywhere. And red just discards it when we can simply block the city. Nope, it's me. It's me. Yep. I knew that. I knew that. There's no tile that fits into that square because I can't count. So I told that one of us can't count, and that's me. Oh boy. Wait, but then that's also kind of makes me think, why did we think for such a long time before going over here? Maybe that was also recounting because I got it wrong as well. Yeah. Now Karupayun gets more city meeples, more city points. But by the way, I mean, if there were one more tile remaining that fits here, then of course this move would have been horrible. But since there isn't, it's an okay move. I don't see its purpose, but... Well, actually, yeah, I think a better move is just going here. Adding one more city points to your side of the city rather than making a 0-point move. Karupayun still ahead on the scoreboard, Bo. Miss Penguin drew the crossroad tiles for 3 points, and that's a crossroad tile that fit over here. But the Argentinian can go here, maybe. Drop a farmer. There is no more road monastery available for him to expand the field, sadly for him. It kind of seems that Miss Penguin has a bit more points in other areas of the board, but it should be close. A lot will depend on whether she can complete her city over here, which I don't want to keep guessing, but I don't think she can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no vanillas, and no splitters of any kind, and no daggers. Yeah, so she cannot complete that city. So this was the last city cap that fit into that square. Yeah, so he does indeed think carefully and then take the highest scoring feature on the board. Miss Penguin continues her city. Is there a tile now again for her to finish this city? Maybe? I don't think so, though. I don't think there are city caps remaining. Yeah, there are no city caps of any kind. So this move just had the purpose of adding 1 point. The Argentinian can get a monastery point, I guess. or get 6 monastery points rather over here, or maybe a better sequence is to go over here for 4 points, hoping for one more tile that fits here. That would bring this monastery to 5 points, but that would also add this city into this field, bringing the value of the field to 9 points. That would be +3, so that would be an 8-point sequence in total. That's something that's worth considering. But after a quick tile recount, Karupayun just takes a 6-point monastery. Miss Penguin will take a 6-point city over here. And the Argentinian will very happily connect the 2 cities together, giving him a net of 3 points. He's connecting a 3-point city together with a 6-point city. That's very nice. I think he still wants to count whether there are tiles left to finish Penguin City. No, there aren't. He does connect the cities. 2-point tile for Miss Penguin. Turned out that the final draw didn't matter because either... there were 2 options, either Red getting a 3-point tile and Penguin getting a 2-point tile, which is +1 for Karupayun, or the opposite, him getting a 2-point tile and her getting the Dorito, which is a 1-point tile for her. So net 1 in any case. Alright, so let's see who won. It should be very close. I kind of feel that that last 8-point city is quite painful. Yeah, so Penguin does have quite a lot of blocked city points. More farmers for Karupayun, but will it be enough? It does not look like it's the case. It looks like the Argentina will come short just a couple of points. Wait. Yes. 6 points, of course. Yeah, it was surprisingly close. So this one was a really interesting game, and congratulations to Miss Penguin for not only advancing to the next round to face against David Bourdois in the lower bracket semifinal, but also for the first time ever crossing the 800 ELO threshold, which not many people have done. Unfortunately, we will need to say goodbye to Karupayun, who will be eliminated from this tournament. Yeah, this game's very interesting. I kind of felt that after the good start by Penguin, I have to be extremely critical of this move over here, which just made her life very hard. Ended up having her road blocked. And as a result, the Argentinian players seem to be actually quite close to coming back. So with one different tile draw, maybe if he gets the city back, maybe if he gets the road monastery to expand his field at the top, if he just like gets one more thing, the outcome could be a little bit different. Maybe even if he gets this Dorito tile earlier, he can maybe run away with this 6-point road. So certainly very nice effort by the Argentinian, but Miss Penguin here managed to hold on to her advantage very tightly. And I think the thing that won her the game was this one. It was a very nice idea to create this threat, to restrict the road a little bit, and yeah, so what it ended up doing, it forced Karupayun to spend a very valuable tile on blocking, a move like which still correct, just because that city was very dangerous. So yeah. Tight game. Congratulations to everybody who's rooting for Taiwan. And the next game is about to start. First of all, let's see. Okay, Karupayun is saying, for sure I played wrongly the city cap. Which city cap are you referring to? Which city cap? Maybe this one? Yeah, this one, I was also kind of surprised how both players really ignored those 4 points for a long time. Maybe I think he's thinking this one. No. I agree with karupayun. There were too many Doritos and he had to block. And even after this block, he still had 2 tiles to get a meeple back. And actually, if he closes that castle over here, that's immediately like, bam, 9 points extra. 3 points for the city, 6 points for the field. And then red's ahead. I mean, red did get one of those tiles, but after this part was already blocked. So no, this move, yeah, just because it ended up working out, not working out, does not mean if it was wrong. Because, like, it might seem, oh, you know, we blocked here, our opponent had a Dorito, oh, then it was a mistake. No, it wasn't. It was the best move available. All right, we're going to leave the players to discuss this in more depth. And we're going to move to the next match, which also is a high-stakes match between David44 of Hungary, whom I never streamed before, and the player with the scrumptious screen name Chomps of the Czech Republic, who actually has already represented the Czech Republic on the international scene quite a bit, and has already started the match for his tournament life against David44. Interestingly, that David is out-rating Chomps. Yeah, Hungary really got a lot of like new high-rated players. I'm really not familiar with David at all, and Hungary have been doing a great job of developing their community, which resulted into their bronze medal at the World Team Carcassonne Online Championships 2024 earlier this year. But the peak rating of Chomps is way over 600, so they're a very experienced player, and one of the key players. They're definitely one of the starting 5 for the Czech national team. And it shows that they managed to quite severely restrict the city of the Hungarian, who is patriotic, playing with one of the colors of his flag, green. And so is Czech. That's great. So now we have the meeple colors, which are also part of the player's flag. That's also very nice. I like when that happens. Let me just go to the scoreboard and make it official that Miss Penguin won. Yeah, so this is the match for one's tournament life. Both of these players have lost once. So whoever loses, loses. Chomps now with 2 monasteries, but 1 monastery also for David. Still 2 tiles remaining here to get his meeple back. So as red, I would probably go here, start a new road, and at the same time, set up an opportunity to go here and check this out. That's okay, but I think in this position, it is stronger to meeple not this road component, but this road component. Because now David can go over here, disrupt the loop, and also make it a bit harder for red to put something in the square to create a blocking platform. But if we meeple this side of the road, then David cannot go here to disrupt this loop, because he won't want to expose the blocking platform against his city. It's counterintuitive, but this is actually the move here. So a tactic that goes unnoted by the player with the red meeples. Let's see if that changes him. And sadly, David chooses to make a mistake. This is a move which is unfortunate on many, many levels. So first of all, it obviously fails to disrupt the loop. And by disrupting the loop, he would also be indirectly protecting his own city. He would also be a bit attacking the monastery. Yeah, so actually, why this move is important. If you go here, and red draws another monastery, then red is in trouble, because if red places the monastery over here, then you already, as green, have another platform to go over here and block. So that would be most annoying. So actually making a move like this is really urgent, and the straight line is a perfect tile to do that. It's like probably the best tile in the deck that that green could have drawn behind, of course, the starting tile immediately to finish his city. Yeah, so now of course he managed to successfully defend. It has a price. Once continue his city, he will be prolonging Red's road, but that's okay, and like he doesn't even need to finish his city necessarily, because Red will be blocked with 4 points for the road, this guy will be blocked with 3 points for the city, and both sides will be probably relatively happy with this exchange. But another reason why this sort of move is a mistake, because it has of zero benefit for green and some benefit for red. So first of all, it adds a monastery point for red, bring it closer to completion. It also adds a road point to green, but it does not bring the road closer to completion. In fact, when you're in a situation like this, your best strategy is just to wait. Wait for one of these 3 crossroad tiles which are still remaining in the deck, then you can finish your road without adding any extra benefit to your opponent. This move has 2 other problems. It reopens an invasion square against this road, which would help Red both continue his monastery and get extra road points, and it makes Green's own monastery slightly more vulnerable as a bit of a blocking platform exists here. David does eventually get a crossroads, which is okay, but as a result, Red has a monastery which is significantly closer to completion compared to the usual approach of just waiting. But it's not going to be of gigantic consequences. These small things, of course, add up over time, but this monastery will certainly help Green by going over here with a meeple. That would be just scrumptious. So even if I were playing against the Czech player, I might put a meeple on this monastery and say chomps, 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 chomps. Especially if I do that in person, just to annoy them slightly. No, I'm kidding, I don't do that. Ooh, that's interesting. That's not necessarily bad. That's interesting. So this move, of course, does not go the stacking approach, and I don't think it is the best move, because stacking is really, really powerful, but it's a good move because it does a couple of interesting things. It takes out a monastery spot, which Red was threatening, because like if Red takes a monastery here, that's super, super dangerous. And also it controls both of these monasteries, so you see Red will be adding a tile over here, this guy's benefiting, and actually now neither side will benefit from placing tiles over here. So this monastery has immediately equalized the monastery of Red, so that's very, very nice in that sense. It's just the stacking is simply the high scoring move immediately, but this is the move that lowers variance by a lot, because it just makes sure that Red cannot run away with the game easily with a 3rd monastery. But you know what else could have prevented the 3rd monastery? This straight line over here, which I was talking about way earlier. So these small decisions end up having gigantic consequences. But David, with a straight line, looking to probably add 1 point to one of his monasteries. I don't think we're in for anything too crazy, as players exchange some quick points, and there's a medium city at the north that is being shared, slightly benefiting Red. So scoreboard advantage belongs to the Czech player, which should be a concern to all our Hungarian fans. But other than that, a quiet and peaceful game, at least so far. There are some farming opportunities, which benefit more Red than Green, because Red has the long-term meeple majority. It will really take some time to free up this monastery meeple, and the reason for that is we're going to need a bunch of monasteries to do that. We're going to need a monastery here and a monastery here. That's sort of the best routes to do that. And in the meantime, Red could just finish the city, drop a farmer, take control of the main field. There are some other things that we could do. Maybe we could get a crossroad tile and go over here. And then try to invade the road of red whilst also completing our city. So that would be requiring us hoping for a 75%er, but with 11 points behind on the scoreboard, seems like a reasonable thing to do. I'm not sure how to explain this move. It's a move that Green made to restrict his own monastery. Maybe it's some sort of a setup. Sometimes these moves make sense when there are lots of Doritos or a lot of simple city caps, and then maybe Green can go over here and start a new city at the same time. But with 2 monasteries remaining in the deck, I really don't like killing off a monastery spot like this. Let's see if that ends up paying off. As Green adds 1 more point to his monastery and creating a vulnerability next to Red City. Red is the first one to draw one of the 2 remaining starting tiles. Now needs to make a decision whether to go here, of course not, or to go here and drop a farmer, of course yes. That will certainly be quite powerful. And the Czech player agrees, bringing their scoreboard lead to 28 points and the farm control to almost secure. There's still this square to reinvade, but we can't use it right now because that would put the monastery in jeopardy. So maybe later. So David's position is not great, but there's one move which I really like. Normally I wouldn't do that, and normally it is negative expected value, but when we're behind, how about we just go here and connect the 2 cities? This would create an extremely volatile spot over here for somebody to draw a city cap and reinvade the city and recapture it for like 20 points, but that's exactly the idea here. Even though Red has the better chance to do this, yeah, Red is forced to spend the tile on blocking this opportunity. So honestly, as David, the move that I really want to play is just here. It's actually surprisingly powerful. There's still 2 road Doritos remaining, a bunch of horse tiles away, and there's still all 3 extenders available. So with an extender plus Dorito combo, we get to recapture that city, and our opponents cannot do a whole lot about that. Glovier is saying when you're behind, gamble. That's it, correct. But I think probably one of the most difficult skills that you can have as a Carcassonne player is to realize how far you are behind exactly and how much to gamble do you need exactly. So what's a risk that's proportionate to your position in the game? Because you don't want to get too desperate too soon, because you go for low probability stuff and then you lose more often than you should. Or you should, if you're really down, then you should really risk a lot, because you're then risking to not capitalize on the 1% win opportunity that you still have. And I'm super happy that David chose to this move. Like, it's amazing that he spotted that opportunity. Even though it did not work out just yet, it forced Chomps to spend a city cap on a neutral feature. So it did end up getting some gains. And Green can still go here. We want one of the 2 Doritos. Oh yeah, that's fantastic for him. He can now go over here, either drop a farmer or start a new city. Probably the farmer is better. Or just not do anything. You just go here and leave this alone. Defending the square, leaving still 3 tiles that fit here. Fantastic stuff. Then when we complete this, we can drop a farmer here. Not sure about this meeple on the city. That one's actually kind of risky, maybe a bit much. I think we're better off just leaving it open and then meepling on the next tile. precisely because our opponent can do something like this. And he's thinking whether to place a meeple. And he chooses not to. Yeah, now it's really, really hard for us to finish that city because there are no splitters remaining. So this square will need to be filled. This is vulnerable. This is vulnerable. Yeah, so a lovely sequence. Just would have loved to see that move without meeple investment. There's also another reason we're really running short on city caps with a road. There's still 3 barbed wire tiles, but there are no starting tiles remaining. Some daggers are gone. In fact, 2 out of the 3 daggers are gone, or 4 out of 6 if we consider daggers of both sides. And also, kind of, David might need meeple for something else. Eventually, we will need to reinvade the main field. And so now, David just jumps a tile into the shared monastery area, simply hoping to recover a meeple for himself and for his opponent. Chomps. With a city cap tile, plenty of good options. Choose to start a new city, expand his field. Fantastic. And now as Dave, you're kind of stuck with not the best options here. I mean, what do you do? Do you start a new city? Ah, of course, that would make sense. But now you see, that's a problematic thing. You're forced to spend your last meeple. And that means that whenever David drops a crossroads, he will not be able to capitalize on the road points. Luckily for him, he gets a meeple back immediately. Also sets up a very nice 4-point road going into his city, which seems to have been a part of his plan. Red continues city of his own. Green, I think, should now wait with this square. How about that move? Does that work? Adding 1 point to his monastery, preparing to finish the monastery with one of the 3 remaining straight lines, and setting up a Dorito tile. There is, however, only 1 Dorito, so that's a bit iffy. We could also go here and try blocking this city. There are still 3 tiles available that fit into that square, but instead he chooses to connect. Again, sacrificing his last meeple. That's sad, because now he won't be able to take advantage of these 4 points. He is also losing this meeple, which is also sad. Yes, I think what Green should have recognized is that we're actually running short on city caps. And maybe we're not in a position to do invasions like these anymore. A move which I profoundly disagree with, so he just simply takes the city points, but what would have been better is going over here, then waiting until Green has a meeple back, and then going over here with a city cap taking the road point properly. Because now the 4-point road option is no longer available, and also the city is too large. If you place this tile over here, there's actually still a decent chance of completing this city. So particularly if you place it like this, then city cap goes here, Dorito, city cap. Even if you're not successful, the threat is renewed, your opponent is forced to change you around. Now it's extremely hard to complete. Black now, well, I'm saying black, red now manages to block yet another meeple off Green. So both of these guys did not survive. It comes at a price that this field connection square is slightly restricted, and this can give David some chances in the form of going over here, blocking that square, not allowing one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 remaining curves be used for a farm connection. And this is exactly what he does. And then the following plan would be to go over here and restrict that square, but it won't work because chomps immediately draws one of the crossroads. It's a bit of unfortunate sequence here for the Hungarian. David, with a curved tile and nowhere near enough meeple to do anything impactful in this game. It looks close on the scoreboard, but the field control is with the Czech player. And it's an extremely difficult situation for David. Maybe dropping a farmer would make sense for him. And then hope that he very soon draws a Dorito to go over here and get himself at least some meeple back. Another possible route is to just try and draw every single city tile available. But you see, with this city placement, I think that even every single city tile available is not enough anymore to complete his city. Yeah, so that just really shows the difference in experience. And even though currently chonps appears to be not in his best shape, at least rating-wise, what I see on the board is that the Czech player seems to be way more confident. Kind of having a long-term plan, which is field control, playing the meeple majority, blocking David's meeples a bunch in effective ways, not allowing green to create any serious threats, and leading the game to what is going to be a almost sure Czech victory. Also, there can be some different explanations for why somebody's rating might be low. For example, my Azul rating is now 550. It's normally 850, so it's like 3 points below the norm. And there's some reasons for this. You know, you might, because people might play some tilt games, people might play some variant games. I got into 4-player Azul, which is, of course, rating-wise extremely unprofitable. Because when you win, you gain almost nothing, and when you lose like 40. And I think it might have been the same thing with chonps. Maybe he was playing expansions or something at this. Or maybe he was playing Carcassonne while sad, for example. Who knows? Okay, let's see how desperate David can be. Now, this is a situation where desperation is warranted. So I think, okay, this move is okay. It's okay. It's getting meeple back. It's trying to drop a farmer or something. But a move that I would love to see was going over here. Claiming this road, which chonps now claimed, and then hoping to get the last curve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still one remaining, yes. That would get him a meeple back and loads of road points. And so this is the kind of risk that I'm talking about, that one should be willing to take. Glovier is saying 4-player Azul is fun but not elo friendly. Yes, exactly, but then it's a question of like how much does one care about elo. I do care about elo like a little bit, just because I feel like I need it from my channel. And I feel like I kind of need to get that elo back before making any more videos, because, you know, a strategy advice from somebody rated 800 plus is just much more credible than an advice from somebody who's rated like anybody else. So there's, I guess, that aspect. But other than, you know, the practical meaning that elo has for the channel, and maybe some other things, like, for example, I noticed that when I have a higher elo, for newer opponents, it can be like a bit of an intimidation factor, and it can genuinely make somebody play worse and get nervous, and that way you just have an actual better winning chance at a game. So there are these small things, of course, but other than that, it's really doesn't have a lot of importance. The Czech player, in the meantime, is very methodically, well, not methodically, actually. I'm not sure about that move. It just sort of discards a tile. Doesn't want to create no trouble. Maybe I would have liked this move. Just eliminating this field attacking opportunity. But the reason why chonps didn't want to go here, I presume, is because there's still a couple of city plus road tiles which David could use to go over here and drop a farmer and connect to the main field like this. So probably as chonps. What he might do is maybe take this 3-point farm for insurance. Is that bad? Maybe. Or just going over here. Or just going over here, rather, to eliminate the field connection opportunity from here. And actually, the purpose of this move was not just to discard this tile. It's something that I didn't notice initially. It was to restrict this square. A square which green could, in theory, use to invade the main field like this. The main field is worth 15 points, actually, with 5 completed cities on it. So definitely worth the effort. But David chooses to start another field on the right, maybe postponing the invasion of the field on the left until the very, very last moment. Yeah, so for example now, it's an interesting situation. He can go here and score quick points. Or either now or on the next move he can even drop a farmer here, trying to get the last curve and overrun this field of red. Red gets one of the worst possible tiles imaginable. No productive use, other than maybe cleaning off the city cap. And if green gets a road tile and drops a farmer here, we could be seeing a close game, as it is actually green who is now ahead of the scoreboard. Do we go for it now? Do we take quick points first? I think now we need to spend like 2 minutes on calculating points and then decide. So let's say if we just go here and drop a farmer. That gives us a 40% chance to connect, which is, you know, as good as we're going to get. So we get here, we get 12 for this farm. Our opponent gets 15 for this farm, right? So it's -3 for the farms. We're at +3. Our opponent has 4-point road. And he has another 7-point road. That's 11. So that's -8. Neutralized by the monastery. But on top, we have these 2 city points and these 5 city points. So if we go here and invade the farm successfully, we'll be ahead 7 points for the price of 2 meeples, which seems to be not enough. But maybe if we're extremely lucky, then red does not get a good chance. To win. Green chooses to invade a different farm, which surprisingly has the exact same effect. So 5 points extra for chomps. Green invades over here. I think he should have thought about this longer. Maybe there was a chance to invade here and then invade here as well, because the curve is not the only tile that fits there. Actually, no, that's the only tile that's remaining in the deck. So no, that of course made sense. But the idea, like, this move was +15. But this move would have also been +15, I believe. Yeah, because you turn your 6-point city into... No, that would have been +12, right? No, it would have led to the same outcome. It was +15. Yeah, because you turn your 6-point field into a 12-point field, and you take away a 9-point field from your opponent, so that's +15. Chomps gets a great tile, which allows him to score long road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 points. That should be enough. If I'm not mistaken, currently David is up 2. Could be wrong, but I think he's up 2. I could have miscounted the city or something, but it does seem to be the case. Again, 6 points for David. Ooh, 3 quick points for chomps. And maybe being precise. I'm not sure where the last tiles are. Now, as David, do we go here just to cut this road short? But this still doesn't give us a proper winning chance, does it? Now we just get a city point, and that works. As Chomps does not get a tile to claim this road, does not get a tile to claim this field. So he will be ending up making 6 points instead of 8 points, because the best he can do is 6 points in this position. I mean 3 points in this position, just going here for the farm. He has no access to these features, and he made 3 points in the previous turn. So he will be ending up making 6 instead of 8. Because he could have meepled, oh, instead of 7 rather, so he could have meepled the 7-point road. I'm not sure if that's going to have any impact on the outcome of the game, because according to my calculations, Chomp should still eke it out. Or, you know, I know that my viewers are better than me at calculating. Shared field. And, oh, you're correct. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It is a tie, which benefits the Belgian player, the Hungarian player, because Chomp started. So, so that's something. Yeah, so of course we just witnessed a throw. In order to guarantee himself the victory, all the Czech player had to do was just simply either... Yeah, it was just simply to take the 7-point road and guarantee himself a win +2, because he would also be able to make 1 more road point in the end. Instead, I'm not sure what this move was. I think that was simply a miss. Honestly, like, I just didn't see that part of the board for a long time myself. But yeah, a win by a tie. And, so kind of very big contrast to the previous game, where we see a massive end game miss. Those do happen with almost over a minute over on the Czech player's clock. I'm not sure even after that he kind of knows that. So nobody tell him, because knowing that you just missed an end game win might get to you. We're moving to game 2. After this unbelievable swindle from David. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, of course, I agree that it's a deserved loss, but, like, if honest, I don't always enjoy watching stuff like this. Like, if players are in time trouble, that makes sense. Like, to me, these sort of mistakes fall in the uncanny valley, because it's something that's, like, not quite... It's quite easy to calculate for an expert player. But this is a blunder which is... it triggers my mirror neurons, you know, so you almost like feel sorry at the same time. It just triggers some sort of negative emotions. Because I think what I want to watch is like either an extreme high-level game or a game with not like blunders like this, but massive blunders, like, I don't know, blocking your own city or like accidentally finishing your opponent's city for 30 points, like really trashy stuff. To me, this sort of stuff falls kind of in between. To me, because it almost seems like with 1 minute on the clock, it's just one player, David in this case, was trying to win and the other one wasn't. And in that sense, I mean, actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I enjoy. What's most important, what y'all enjoy. Because I'm literally the only person here not watching the stream. Alrighty, second game has started. Already a scoreboard advantage for David, so a bit of a different development here. He also has some city points. Okay, let's see how his spatial vision is. In this position, there's only one move, which is the greediest, but it's also the best. It's not to continue this city and this side. It's not to continue the city and this side, but it is to do exactly the kind of stuff that the Hungarian just did. I'm impressed about this. Many expert players would be too afraid to meeple that road because the quadruple city has gone out, and in theory it is possible to block with a road plus field tile and a road plus city tile. But blocking that road is still a relatively low chance, and the upside of this 5-point road is so much that this move is fully justified. So yeah, I'm really impressed by this new Hungarian player. If we have any Hungarians here, could you confirm, like, was David on the national team? Because I don't remember his screen name for sure, and I did stream Hungary's matches. And also, by the way, this means that if he's playing in these qualification rounds, that he must have defeated other Hungarian players in the national rounds as well, which is not the easiest thing to do. All right, chomps now trying to score aggressively as well, which is nice. Always gotta respect that. Starting a 4-point road in addition to his other road, in addition to his 2 other cities. Now let's see how's David doing with his monastery meeples. The best move that appears to me is going over here with the road pointing to the left, setting up a curvy tile, and this is exactly what he does. Very nice recognition. Now Chomps needs to come up with a move with this Dorito tile. It's not the easiest thing to do, because normally you want to go here, but if you are in a position where your city is controlled by your opponent's monastery, then you really want to build this square last. But this might be the move here. An alternative is to go here and try to build the city like this, getting another road Dorito in the end. The risk with that is that red could draw a couple of road tiles and restrict the square much further. But then on the other hand, if we go here immediately, it gives some stacking opportunities. For example, now, imagine if green were to go here, red could just go here or here and build up even more monasteries, but now it's not possible. So I like the restraint here from the Belgian player. An alternative was to ignore this spot completely and go over here, but I really like this move. Why do I keep saying Belgian? It's Czech. Belgium and Czech Republic don't even have a border. Belgium and Hungary don't have a border either. We did cover a match of a Belgian player earlier today, so maybe that's why. Call it a Freudian slip, if you will. David with another monastery. I don't think that stacking is mandated here. It's just 2 little points. With the quadruple road gone out, it makes the square a little bit too dangerous. Then you don't want to Ukraine your own monasteries. It's kind of setting up your opponent to control the square very nicely. So probably the move that I'm thinking is actually going here. Having at least 2 shared squares next to your monastery, so it's similar to stacking. It's sort of half stacking, if anything. Yeah, because like with normal stacking, you get what? You get 4 shared squares. Here you get 2. Okay, this is madness. I respect that. I always respect aggression, but there is aggression, there's risk, and then there's recklessness. That is recklessness. Like, you just don't want to give your opponent moves which make it so easy to block you. The city was doing perfectly fine. I mean, it makes for fantastic content. And actually, this meeple will probably be fine because he will end up blocking this meeple too. But this city meeple is not fine. I think it's just like a lack of patience a little bit, because there was nothing wrong with going for this monastery. It's the same number of points, just way less risk. Glovier is asking why farm there. Good question. I mean, I don't mind early farmers this much. It's something that many players do, especially Europeans, especially South Americans. East Asians barely do that, ever. I think you do that as kind of an insurance against a road monastery, which your opponents could draw. But yeah, I agree, this is a bit too premature. It's just unnecessary. Okay, chomps now whiffing on a monastery. With 3 meeples in hand, there's just no reason to pass up on this. This monastery is as safe as it gets. Also, what it does, it protects the square of red. It doesn't restrict the square of red, it does the opposite. But red should probably now ignore this for a second and just go here, drop a city cap in his field, and also block the square, just making sure that the fate of the blocked monastery of red is shared with green. But instead, he goes for the quick point. I can also understand greed. I can also empathize with greed. And chomps finishes his own road. And also what he does, he now creates a shared city at the bottom. I actually didn't notice this guy here. So this green guy will need to be will not need to be worried about getting back to Chomp's hands because he's tied together with this red guy. Green with a city cap cleans off the city cap on tops of red's monastery. Red is doing well overall, but the blocked meeples ain't great. Now, he has a chance to do something interesting. How about we first recognize that we can't score any road points. Normally, this would be a tile to score 2 road points, but there are no loose road ends. How about we try and go... Yeah, that's also fine. Kind of blocking the square, or at least restricting the square, preventing green from easily completing this city. At the expense of the integrity of our monastery, but that's a fair price to pay. But I was thinking, is it crazy to try and go here to try and draw a Dorito plus cow tile combo to put this blocked meeple to good use? Because we don't want to just draw a Dorito and cover this up. We want to draw a cow tile, a Dorito, and then try to turn all of this over here at the bottom into one big shared ruin. And this can be done now. The only possible move in the position is to go over here, but you see what's different is now Chomp's gonna go over here. And he's gonna prevent this idea. So that's why I thought of just using this and having your one chance to sort of quickly run for this city. Still not a great chance, but doable. So at least there's some concession that Green made. Green was forced to invest a tile into a shared feature. But of course, this is nowhere near as bad for Green as actually having a big ruin that belongs to red. Yeah, so red in fact has a block meeple over here, which is compensated by this road, so that's fine. Blocked monastery, which is roughly equal to this city, that's fine. But 2 of blocked meeples which do not justify itself at first of all this city, and second, this farmer. This farmer can still justify itself by drawing a road monastery and expanding this field. Then, instantly, problem solved. With the city, though, it will be harder. First of all, a horse tile must go here for 2 extra points. And then a quadruple city tile, and then, okay, then it becomes sort of okay. And so green decides to get out of harm's way and block the square. I think it's a bit premature. I would have actually preferred to maybe protect that square and try to get our monastery meeple out and then maybe fight for this city or this ruin, because this guy is already worth like 7 points. Even if this city doesn't get completed, well, now it obviously won't get completed, it will be worth more. Now here it's a fantastic move from green, making it impossible to further expand red city. That should be really sad news for all our Hungarian fans. David, with the road monastery, it seems to me that there's only 1 and 1 move available. This is pretty much the best tile in the deck. The move is to go here, score 2 quick road points, and most importantly expand the field, immediately adding 1 more city for extra 3 points, and most importantly adding an immeasurable number of green squares to expand the city further. And 2 road points here are better than the monastery. Monasteries are generally better early in the game when there's a greater chance of finishing them. This square is actually surprisingly more vulnerable than it might seem based on the tile run out. 5 of the 6 monasteries have gone out. Chomps is dropping a farmer, and that's good for us because this square is blocked. The only possible entry is through here. And now, as David, finally our opponents invested a meeple that we can try and punish him for. The move is to go either here or here. I'm not sure about the orientation. And then we're going to try and block this square. There are not many tiles that fit there. So this move gives us, I think, the better blocking probability. But the problem with that, if we go here, our opponents can get a curve and then connect like this. What red did now is not a good move. Because, well, at least now it's going to work, right? It's going to work. Because red is risking green drawing this tile and getting away with an 8-point city. But red will be getting something out of it. He will be expanding his own blocked part of the city, and this blocked part of the city of green will be trapped. Now, this is not a problem for green at all, because green has a city of his own that he can expand. I guess this whole sequence, which I like, and he needs that sort of thing after green successfully blocked this square. David, with a splitter, starts a new city. Once green has invaded the field at the top, seems like a good idea. There's no need to develop this field any further. All this farmer needed to make sure that it does not get stuck alone with just 6 points, and now it's not alone. So it doesn't matter exactly how big this field as long as it's tied. Green with a city cap, starting a new city at the same time attacking red. Red's probably going to continue his city at the bottom, at the same time trying to eat up and feast on this little city cap over here. An alternative is just to take 2 quick points, which also works. I don't really see many possibilities. So the advantages of going here is that we're likely to get an extra point. The disadvantage is that we're keeping our ruin a little bit closed. So if we go here, And if we draw a Dorito tile, then we kind of have only one square to put it. And then if after that we draw the quadruple city tile, then we have nowhere to put it at all. So maybe ideally what you want to do, you want to keep both of these squares open, and then draw the quadruple city tile or the triple city tile, and then try to keep the city open at all times. And in the short term, it doesn't matter necessarily if you take the 2 points for the road or the 2 points for the city. Immediately it's still a +2 move, and +2 move over here it is. But it has its downsides. Now David gets a crossroads again, and the only reasonable move, it seems, is to score 2 quick points. But because the road end at the top has already been used up, he's forced to use the quick points over here. But that's not an advantageous position, because with the road sticking into chonps city, it now sets up green to get either the last horse tile or one of the 2 remaining city caps with the road, which would allow him to get 2 points for the road and some city points at the same time. If this road end at the top are still open, then David could have taken the 2 quick points at the top without creating such a point score, without giving back such a point scoring opportunity in return for chomps. It looks like it's going to be a pretty close position. We're likely to see relatively close games on this one, so 2 points could easily decide the fate of a game. Just as 2 points, what could even be more likely to decide the fate of a game is the number of meeples in hand. Recognizing this, green uses a straight line to set up a blocking platform against red, and red should be afraid given that there's only one dagger tile remaining that would fit into that square. So if chomp successfully places a straight line over here, then this guy will have at best a 50-50 shot to get out of a situation, and probably even less. Because there's a city cap, somebody will score points for that city cap in all likelihood, and then that will create an even further blocking platform against this little city guy on the left. Red keeps scoring quick points. That's about as well as you can do with just one meeple. Chomps takes 4 quick points for the city cap, as expected, and creates one more blocking platform against this poor guy. Well, that's a great tile for David, as he can now escape this whole situation by adding a Dorito, adding 2 points, and leave himself a decent number of city caps that are available for finishing the city. And by decent, I mean 2. Still, that's something that is necessary because 2 is better than 1. Chomps would have gone over here, leaving him only 1 city cap that goes here. He's trying to do that. David gets a scoring tile. That's a fantastic opportunity to go over here, score 2 points, and deny Chomps the point scoring opportunity that I was discussing earlier. You know, the 4-point combo that can be gained with a horse tile. There's no point in protecting. Oh no, you have to be kidding me. Okay, this one. Oh god, this is so bad. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the kind of content that I want. It's like this painful, juicy blunders. This is better than last game. Okay, first of all, just look what happened. David sacrificed 2 points. David allowed 4 points for chomps to score that I was talking about, and he messed up his own city. Probably clearly miscounting the number of tiles that fit here. Oh god, this is so juicy. It's like one of the most painful things that they are to watch. I don't know, maybe it's nerves. It's probably clearly a miscount, because like normally there are 6 tiles available that fit this configuration. The problem is that 5 of them are on the board. So by making this move, it's not a defense, it's a self-block. And now to rub it in, red draws the last tile that would have fit here had he not have messed up his own city. Oh wow. Blundertown population, David. That's okay, it happens to everybody. It also kind of seems fair after the throw from green in the previous game. Or from chomps rather. I think the meeple's colors may have been reversed. Yeah, okay, now doesn't matter what chomps does with this straight line. All I care about, I want to calculate the cost of his damage. Okay, first of all, we failed to block here, so our opponent gets 4 points instead of 2. That's 2. We sacrifice 2 points ourselves. That is 2 more points. So that is 4 points sacrificed. Then we fail to get 5 points in the meeple back. Let's say, so what would that be worth? Maybe we can assume that we just farm immediately. We would take the 6-point farm, right? So then that would be 5 points extra for the city, 6 for the farm. So that's 11. Yeah, so it kind of depends on whether he can still draw that tile, and that will be okay. So maybe let's multiply this by 50%, right? So the expected value of that move was something like minus 9.5. Yeah, it's not every day that you see a move that a player can make for minus 10 points almost. And it could, and you know, in the short term in this game, it could be like even minus 15. So some consolation as like David's still doing okay, still ahead on the scoreboard. Managed to score these quick points over here. Now probably gonna get a couple of extra points from this Dorito tile. Still has to play with 1 meeple for the majority of the game, and he still has a 50-50 shot of getting his meeple back. And the crazy part is that if he gets his meeple back, he probably wins. Because the monasteries are nice, the scoreboard is nice, like these all little things, they add up together. So green will really need to work with that meeple majority. And there's some options. If he gets a meeple back, then green is in fantastic shape. If green meeples this 6-point road, green is also doing really well. Green could even meeple this field, actually, which could be a 6-point field later, even trying to set up a field connection opportunity through the 1 remaining tile that goes here. Chomps get the city cap, finishes his city. Also need to say that it was possible technically for red to try and block this city, but there are some situations how it could backfire, so I like red's move. Or actually, I don't necessarily. I mean, it's a short-term thing. If red gets the quadruple city tile or something like this, then the city will be stomped. A Dorito tile now for red. Not sure what to do with this tile at all. There is now the threat of green drawing a curve, getting a 6-point city with a bunch of squares for expansion, and even a chance to overrun the main field through the critical tile. Yeah, really not sure what to do here is David. Probably just discard this tile somewhere. I wonder if it's a good idea to start and meeple the city with the last meeple, kind of trying to do something like this. I don't think that the draws that are available to us would allow to do this just by looking with the naked eye. It seems that lots of Doritos are already on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 only Doritos remaining. Yeah, so let's just see what David does. And in the meantime, I'll turn some lights in my room. Oh, okay, he goes for it. No, always good respect risk. Always good respect risk. He must have calculated. He must have seen that it's worth it. Love that move. Love that move. Super spectacular. Okay, he now is going to add a city cap to his city. Right? Because, yeah, of course, he doesn't have to finish it with Doritos. City cap, but city cap is also fine. And there's a bunch of those remaining. There are 2 more city caps, just like this. Chomps gets the first one. Scores 4 points. Will David draw the city cap to finish his city? You know. He does not. But he gets an extra point for himself. And he's now 1 step away from getting blocked, but that's okay. There's surprisingly not that many road tiles, but Chomps just happens to so have one of them in hand. goes over here, drops a farmer maybe even. Because there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 curves remaining that allow him to connect to the 9-point field already. David draws a curve. Can't do much about it. Probably he could block chomps' city cap on his field, and then he needs to hope for the other curve. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the last curve, so that's a fantastic draw for David, and he can still win. All he needs to do is block the city cap or restrict it towards the one remaining road plus city tile. The other way. The other way. And then hope that he draws this tile to finish his city over here himself. Chomps with a Dorito tile continues his city splitter for David. That's why of course you need to block this tile in this city in a different way, because there are multiple tiles that fit there. Yeah, so we do see these just purely tactical errors, and those which are they kind of just a move of thinking about it for like 20-30 seconds are easier to find. Okay, based on y'all's comment, it does appear that there's like a 30-second delay to the stream, but it is what it is. Can't really do much about it. Alright, where does the splitter go? Maybe we can add one more point to our city, but then we also want to keep it open. Yeah, so simply discarding it's fine. Then 7 points go to chomps, so generously donated to him by David. If only he were to turn the curve the other way, all that could have been avoided. And this is not even the last city cap that fits there. There was also this thing. David blocking the field entry, which was already blocked. Maybe not necessarily counting curves. Maybe miscounting them at first as I did. Chomps drawing a... splitter tile, starting a 6-point field, and David sadly does not draw the tile that he needs. He might still draw it on the last tile, but then he won't be able to use that meeple for scoring anymore, and Chomp still has one more meeple available to him. David still is trying to see what he could accomplish with this straight line. Maybe there's a way to somehow favorably shape the board. I don't think there is. I don't think there are any city caps remaining. I don't know really what the other tile is. Other than, of course, the critical tile that fits here. Oh, now I do. I think it's a big city tile. This would kind of mean that the move of David seems to be completely irrelevant in this situation, as in case Chomps draws this city tile, he won't be able to do much more than 3 points. Or he won't be able to do more than 3 points. And I think this is very well deserved. The critical tile is drawn by Chomps, who gets 7 points for his one more field. So David's blunder cost him 9 points immediately, plus a meeple. So 9 points plus a meeple. In this situation, a meeple is worth 6 points, probably more actually, because you need meeple for quick points. like 8 points on average. So yeah, so a 17 points blunder. That's lovely. Anyway, what David needs to do now is just to recover from this and try to play a good decider game. It seems also quite fair. The first game decided by a massive blunder. The second game decided by a massiver blunder. So hopefully we're going to see a greater blunder still. And look at this, chomps only winning by 8 points. This means that there was still way to save the game after this. Like, for example, if we even if we just like block the city cap properly, that would also work. Because then chomps wouldn't have these 7 points. I mean, we would still lose by 1, but it was still doable. Still doable, and yet... the score is tied, which is usually exactly what we want. And we will be headed into the decider at the expense of Mingo versus beliwan match. We'll catch up with them later. I know that Mingo likes to take her time on her matches, so I don't think the American and the Dutchman will deprive us of the pleasure to watch their games in depth. So the last one it is. Whoever loses is out of the tournament. But like, you have to give props for David. So of course, like the massive blunder is what it is. Like, I guess it happens to everybody. I think it was probably a case of miscounting the tiles. But what's really enjoyable to watch is like the aggression, because David has something that many experts don't. He really likes playing risky with his meeple. I guess in the case of this game, it was for a bit too low reward, like getting his 2 meeples blocked next to his monastery, but interesting. So both players trade meepleless moves, which is not something that is done very often profitably. David now will be happy to pick up the empty city, start a new city. Chomps immediately invades. Note that the colors have shifted. David's green, probably gonna start a new road. You know what? I'm gonna leave you for like 30 seconds commentary, unless it seems like a time to reload hot beverages, as Chomps will be getting the first on the scoreboard by completing a 3-point road. David's still thinking, so I didn't miss anything. Yeah, I think the idea is it time to start a big city fight? And I think it might be just because this tile doesn't have anything else useful. And the reason why this is a good tile for a city fight, because it has 2 routes to invade the city. And also because starting a new city is not really possible. It's only possible to do it here, but it's a vulnerable spot. But instead, green makes a neutral move, which I'm not a fan of. It's a 0-point move, that's why I don't like it. But then the invasion, you know, it could end up not working out, but at least it is a threat. So you see, like, it's a move that could be worth 0 points, but it's a move that is for sure 0 points. And the reason I'm saying that is that any chances to split off the cities are extremely unlikely. Because you can't really use a splitter here. Or can you? Maybe I think that's the whole idea. But Chomps now will go over here and try to eat up this city. Oh, that's the beauty of it. Come on, go here, go here, go here. Going here would be exceptionally bad. And I don't think he's really considering this. The reason why going here would be bad is because that would reopen another platform for reconnection for somebody, namely green, to retake ownership of this city for even more points. And that's why red goes for it. Yes! Lovely stuff. It's not super dangerous because once a tile is placed here, it will create 2 platforms. Actually, no, it will create 1 platform to join the cities, but from 2 sides. This is a really creative move from David. So it's continuing city in the safe way, but also in such a way that will help him create another invasion platform if he needs, or by getting a big tile trying to get in on the action and get into the big city. And that sort of stuff happens way more often than you might think. So probably you're going to go over here, just go for the invasion platform. Or maybe just trying to be efficient with the tile, starting a new city. Chomps now invading green. It's about time. And green now probably going to go over here, trying to invade from both sides. Yeah, the city could get a bit too dangerous too soon. So green will need to take care. Yeah, because the problem with this sort of formation, even though after the placement of a triple city tile, you will get an attacking platform. If you don't get an attacking tile immediately, then after a city cap is placed over here, the city cap automatically protects this square, which makes it further invasions into the city, into this side of the city, more difficult. David goes the blocking route, which is completely unjustified. Yeah, so I think we're gonna see. Well, it's like at this point we're way more likely to see a Red's victory here, just because the only way to block, well, first of all, there is no way to block. There is no mathematical possible way to block. It's only possible to restrict towards a 50-50. And even that is not particularly likely because, like, a city cap will need to be used here, a valuable tile, and also... yeah, so I guess what green will need to do is realize the mistake and go over here. And also, especially after chomps connects over here, suddenly there's only 1 platform to connect to the city, and even that's restricted. So I wonder for David, does it make sense to go here and already invade from this side? It's not the worst idea. It's easily blockable, but might be just worth it. Because the worst that can happen is that red were to draw the city cap and cover it up. And this city has too many points to ignore. Oh, of course, Wise Mace. Chomps doesn't eat up cities. He chomps them up. How could I possibly miss that? Thank you. Yeah, David is just acting, you know, like the meme with the orange dog and the burning house. Everything is fine. This is the burning house. It's a burning city, rather. So let's see if David decides to actually start doing something about it. Maybe by going over here, by trying to attack from this side and also exposing potential another platform over here. Or going over here is also fine. Trying to attack from this side and also preserving himself the opportunity to draw a Dorito and go from here. Both players are taking their time, but also good to know that so are players in Mingo's game, and I'm kind of starting... So, ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a premiere. The first variant of Carcassonne, the cooperative version. Both players are building the same city, but I think to Green's surprise, only Red gets to score points. Because maybe Red and Green needs reminding the rules that if there are multiple meeples in the same city, then whichever side has the more meeples, then that side gets to score the points and the other one doesn't. And Green is currently building Red City, so is there a logic to it? Yes. But the gains from starting a city there are so unbelievably marginal compared to the risk this sort of moves are taking that, I mean, of course, it's not worth doing. But I think the idea of Green here is, okay, I want to start a city in a safe space, and the city, I will invade it later. I will do something about it later. You know, that's like the whole life philosophy of postponing the resolution of your problems. And it will end up working out, because David gets a city capital before Chomps gets one, and he will invade the city. That's quite the adventure. Chomps gets 4 points, expands his scoreboard lead. David will finish his road and threaten Chomps' monastery. Still, 5 are the monasteries that fit here. Straight line for Chomps, as he's putting some pressure on David's city cap. David probably... Okay, I know that, like, the correct move, of course, is to go here, because this is just way too risky. There's still 2 splitters. The downside of losing the city is huge. But the move that will happen in the game is David will get greedy and go here, and he also will be rewarded for it. He's going to go here just to invest a shielded tile in his own construction, and a philosophy that normally works really well. And then Red is not going to get a splitter. Green is going to get another Dorito after like 3 or 4 moves. This is what I would expect. Told ya. Told ya. You see, I kind of feel that I've already... I've known David long enough. I've known him for 2 hours indirectly, but I feel like we understand each other very, very well. We're speaking the same language. Even though Hungarian is, to my shame, one of those European languages that I don't speak. The only thing that I can know to say in Hungarian is like something like complete a random word, like asztalok, which means tables. Chomps is building up his monastery in a skillful fashion, one that sets up another monastery, and also one that is impossible to block. The best that David can do is get a curve and diminish the probability of this completion of the monastery down to 75%, but 75% is still a lot. David successfully completes his city. Chomps will now need to think, hey, like, your guy, you're not joining. Okay, Okay, this is a move which is just makes me want to squirm. It's just so painful to watch for me. Of course, it's incredible and patient. The thing that you need to do is just you wait for the monastery. You don't take away the 7 point point that you have created. Like, what do you need the meeple for? So it is being overly cautious, of course. Told you. Like, this is happening exactly. David is rewarded. Nobody gets the splitter. Chomps gets punished for his impatience. Well, I'm not sure if that's actually quite punished necessarily, but he cannot use this monastery spot anymore. He can use another monastery spot, I guess. Maybe this one. Or just 3 points for the road seem fine. The Czech player retakes the scoreboard lead. 1 extra point for red. Green, with the extra meeples. What he's gonna do? I have a feeling that he might want to start something extravagant here. How about we go over here and try to draw the last remaining giraffe neck tile to invade like this? Is that the best move? I don't know. Is that the most fun move? Yes, that one I do know. What's even more fun? If we get this tile over here, our opponent gets the sideways splitter, finishes our city, and then they themselves do that thing. Then they get the tile that goes here. A safer approach is to go here maybe and start a new city at the top, and the idea behind this move would be simply to eliminate the opportunities to use a Dorito with a road tile and connect to the city from the right via one of the 3 remaining horse tiles. At this point in the game, 3 is really a lot. And at this point in the game, when a lot of road tiles have gone out, blocking that square will already start becoming problematic. Just a normal new city for David. So a slight disappointment. Nothing wrong with that move. But after watching David play, you already have certain expectations that things will start getting much more flamboyant, but they aren't. Just a normal city building move. Of course, it had some other considerations, such as trying to attack this road a little bit, just ended up not working out. So a decent move. But we don't want decent, we want spectacular, we want fun. Okay, chomps. Like, for example, what he could do. He could finish his road, yes. He could finish his city, yes. But how about we don't do any of that? Again, good move. Definitely good move. Probably with the farmer, even better. But how about we go here and invade the ruin? This actually, a ruin, moves for invading the ruin are way better done with a Dorito rather than a city cap tile. Just because if you place a Dorito here, it's harder to block. And also, even if your opponent starts blocking, you can always start indirect defense opportunities. In case you do get blocked, you can expand this Dorito by a couple of more points to make sure that your blocked meeple does not go entirely to waste. David now needs to count the number of tiles remaining of each kind. And if only there were a couple of more roads remaining, my temptation would be to go over here and meeple this road, with the idea of building an 8-point road all the way. So much so that I still want to do it, actually. I don't think I want to do it in my own game, but with somebody else's meeples, it just makes it so much easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 straight roads remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 4 curves. So we go here. It's like, it's a 70% chance to complete an 8-point road and probably drop a farmer immediately afterwards. That's a really nice threat to have, actually. And also the thing, if our opponent does draw the 2 remaining straight lines, then it does not benefit them greatly other than the fact that they drew the tile that we need. Because we could also have some other scoring moves, such as going here, but I don't like that move because it makes the farm bigger. Or maybe I do because we have a temporary meeple majority somehow. So how about we go... Okay, that's also an option. So it tries to put pressure on the city cap, and it breaks the 4-point road. So and it kind of makes sure to keep this field relatively small. But another option was going over here, dropping a farmer straight away, trying to score 4 points for the road, connect to the field, create a big field, and try to drop even more farmers on this before red manages to finish his city upright and consolidate and fight. Great move for red, preventing green from drawing a splitter and continue his city easily. Now green's probably going to carry on with his plan of going over here and blocking easy scoring opportunities for red. Both players are really taking their time, to the point that I might start looking at Mingo's game in parallel. Oh, thank you, Wise Mace, for confirming that beliwan did win against Mingo in the first game. Oh, wait, but you said 24 minutes. Okay. So the first splitter is drawn by chonps, which will be immediately taken advantage for him. Going over here seems strong. Yes. So a tile... Well, this move actually has some purpose, but this purpose is... the benefits are quite marginal. It was better to block here. So the idea of this move for David was to not allow red to get like a cow tile and enter into a winning mini battle. But the thing with that mini battle, red would end up with like 6 points or 5 points, and green would end up with 4. So it doesn't seem like something that worth doing. Also, the problem with that move is that this exposes this square, and that does not benefit green at all, because there's some scenarios how red could go over here, block the square, and then get the splitter and get his own meeple back without giving a meeple back to green. Okay, finally, there we go, there we go. We have fireworks, we have a city invasion, the one that's probably could be game decisive. This is exactly the kind of stuff that I wanted to see you having half the game. Well done, David. How about we also try and draw the horse on the very next move? That'll be fun. In the meantime, let me update the scoreboard to reflect what's going on in the other match. Carrie Alley of the United States is 1 game away from being eliminated. Hopefully she either wins that game or loses but takes her time, just so that we get to witness a bit of a match too. But I don't want to go anywhere near from this. Chomps is now getting more quick points. Really like some sort of snack that he's obviously chomping on, but I don't think that will be enough in case David manages to equalize. Actually, no, it'll be just enough. So 18 points for chomps, real lots of city caps and quick points. Of course, we have a farmer equalization here. It will invade successfully at some point. Maybe even right now, that's probably not the worst move. That's probably even the best move. Also, the reason why this tile was really good for chomps is because there are now only 2 tiles remaining that still connect to the square. By the way, also, like, if green connect, he'll be gaining roughly 20 points. So it'll be roughly the same amount on the scoreboard. But this city has the chance of getting completed. David's trying to be really efficient with tiles, starting a new city. There's still a bunch of city caps remaining for him to get this meeple back. David probably going to invade now, because he needs to, for this invasion to be complete. This farmer is 9 points, whereas the main field is 12. You certainly want to make this +3 move. And also what's important is that you want to make this move before your opponent drops a counter farmer here and reinvades. But he chooses to delay that. Not sure what the rationale behind that. Chomps with the monastery. A great idea to take 7 points and just ignore the city. You have a scoreboard lead, you have an extra meeple, you can allow your opponent to invade. All you need to do to make sure is that the city does not get completed, and then probably this monastery is enough to outrun David. With the city cap, will be getting his meeple back promptly, and 4 points to the scoreboard, only -18 for David. Chomps with a Dorito tile. Now it's decision time. Do we want to spend our last meeple on reinvading this city? There's still a splitter remaining, so this could turn south for us. Or do we just go here and block the entry for this farmer, preserving ourselves the extra 3 points that we're enjoying on the main field? An alternative move is going over here with the city cap, with the city side facing downwards, simply trying to block the city entirely, making sure that by some with a fluke tile draw, green cannot complete the city completely. Excuse me for repeating myself. I'm not sure if that's actually even possible at all. There are not many tiles that fit into that square, so there are no regular vanilla tiles, vanilla city caps, and there are no tiles like this. The only thing that fits here is an extender. Yeah, so he does go for the invasion, which, understandable. But David now with some chances. He has the meeples. He probably can go here, score 3 points, create another 6-point field that he can grab in the future, and then maybe he can try go here, and then get another tile that would block the entry of this meeple, and then just try to deploy his other meeple to good use. So for example, after he gets the horse tile, this will create a very nice 5-point road over here, which can be claimed still with the last remaining crossroads. The 3 points seem like they should matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There is a crazier opportunity of going over here and setting up a 5-point road instead with a curve. I don't think that one should do that. Yeah, 3 points it is. After some deliberation, 1 minute on David's clock. Chomps with a city cap tile. Probably good enough to go here, maybe. Add 1 point, sets up a shared city for completion in case he gets a meeple back. An alternative is to go here, make it harder for this guy to connect into his field. Now he chooses the immediate points. Now, fantastic tile for David. 3 points, and the ordering is also great. 3 points for the road is the move, setting up a 5-point road upon completion. This is even better than drawing the cow tile first, and then suddenly David is catching up on the scoreboard with quick points, but chomps will reinvade, so the threat of overrunning the city is no longer available, or is it? Is there a city cap or some sort of tile? Yes, there is. It's actually still possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wait. Yes. So we get one of those. We drop our last meeple here. And then we get the last horse tile and connect to an even bigger city with the last meeple, so that's completely doable. But it's not something that we can do now. Or what David can do, David can go over here. Look at this. If we go over here, this move sets up a variety of opportunities. First of all, it protects the square a little bit. It still allows us to draw a city cap tile like this, right? And do the invasion plan. But it also sets up another opportunity. It allows us to draw a Dorito tile, of which still is remaining, like going over here, and then draw this tile and connect to the city from this side. But that's interesting that chonps doesn't even bother with anything. He doesn't block the square. He just simply wants to get his monastery meeple back. I think the plan for the Czech player is simply to outrun the completion of that city. But can he afford that? David probably can go over here, or maybe he can just go over here, start making a new city, and then maybe hope to get some quick points here. I don't think quick points are enough to win this game. I think we will need to overrun the big city. I'm not even sure that the big city is enough. The big city is probably enough. Maybe over here, that'll be the move. Just adding an extra point to the shared ruin, and also just in case this square get blocked, creating another platform for invasion. Certainly an opportunity that seems to be worth exploring. With 50 seconds on the clock, not really many options available for the Czech player, for the Hungarian player rather. Starting anew, just leaving it empty. Leave it empty, leave it empty, leave it empty, leave it empty. There's no need to meeple things. Well done. Resisting the temptation. Monastery tile for chomps with no immediate use for it. Well, actually, there is a use. Excellent, excellent move. What this move does, it prevents the kind of invasion that I was talking about. But 5 points for David, and that's an excellent, excellent opportunity because there's still a chance to invade the big ruin. So chomps now needs to cover it up. David 7 points behind on the scoreboard, and also now behind a bit more because of the monastery. But there's still a chance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, there isn't. I was hoping that he could go here and drop a farmer, and then get a curve and overrun the main field, but there is no curve remaining. The last curve was used over here. The both road monasteries have indeed been used up as well. So let's just do a quick recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So sadly, this sequence over here, as spectacular it would have been, will not work anymore. This city is no longer accessible. The main field is no longer accessible, and there's just no way how green can fight for any big features. And with that, I believe it will be defeat for David, who has shown just an unbelievably spectacular Carcassonne today, sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a dubious way, but in this game mostly in a good way, in an extremely risky way, and sometimes in a way that pays off. So he will be eliminated from this tournament, but he certainly will be remembered. Chomps here with a splitter tile, just cleaning off an open city. David with a monastery tile will take 6 points, and sadly he won't even manage to connect his 9-point meeple into the main field. Doesn't matter exactly where the 6 points are taken. You know, pick your preferred aesthetic. 6-point monasteries here, 6-point monastery here, or a 6-point field due to these two completed cities. As long as you place a meeple somewhere. And interesting, this will make the game actually pretty close. Nah, not really. Not really. It's a confident win for the Czech player who, again, like long-term strategy, very methodic. I kind of feel like the difference of experience really shows. So the plan to reinvade the ruin just for insurance, then going the monastery route for the sake of gaining compensation in case he's unsuccessful in protecting the ruin, ends up not having to complete the monastery because the ruin ends up being shared with 23 points. So it is the scoreboard lead accumulated by chomps, by chomping on different small features. 4-point cities, 4-point roads, quick points end up making all the difference. 10-point game. We congratulate the Czech player for making the comeback from what was a loss of the first game due to an endgame blunder. So we have blunders in the first 2 games and no blunders in the last game. That was very nice, and lots of fireworks, exactly what you want. So we're going to congratulate chomps. We're going to say goodbye to David, sadly, and we're going to update the score and immediately headed to our last match of the day, or of the stream rather, because believe it or not, there's going to be one more stream tonight. So who's there? Mingo and Ivan Bell. 2 equal opponents, I would have to say. Both have added up to their level a lot. So Ivan indeed won the first game, and 8 minutes into the second, currently Ivan is out-trading Mingo. But this game, they're really taking their time. 20 tiles played, but only 4 only 4 points on the scoreboard for both of the players. So Ivan has some threats on the board. For example, this 8-point or even 10-point city is about to finish. 10 carries trying to do something about it by invading at the top with her traditional blue meeples. Ivan just keeps gathering quick points, puts himself into the lead. Mingo now creating a blocking platform, so much so that I think Ivan should have thought before this move. Yeah, look at this. Oh, this is looking fantastic for carry. 3 meeples blocked with 1 move. That's why, like, as Ivan over here, I think you just need to decide what you're gonna do. Do you really need to finish the city that urgently? Or maybe it's better just to go over here, reduce your chances to finishing this city, but at least allow your 3 meeples back. Because after this move over here, this square becomes much harder to block. I mean, it's still a great position for red just because of the scoreboard lead, but I see a big field here. I see a long-term meeple advantage for Mingo. I see how it could work out really well for her. But I like what Ivan is doing for here. He's not rushing to drop a farmer because he kind of realizes that his path to victory is the scoreboard. So he just gets some quick points first. Maybe he's gonna first drop a farmer, make carry drop a farmer here, overrun the big field, concede the big field, but make sure that blue invests as much time, tiles, and energy into the field fight as possible, so that despite the block meeples, Ivan can keep his scoreboard lead just big enough to outrun any possible big features from Mingo. So that appears to be his long-term plan. The tiles will also dictate whether this plan is feasible. So now very curious to see, is it going to go here, drop a farmer? Is he going to go here? Yeah, he does this. He tries to block Mingo's road a little bit. Not going to work as she gets a fantastic tile. Meeple the monastery. No need to meeple the field just yet. We can always do it later. The field is very easy to be reinvaded. Fantastic tile for Ivan, with a farmer probably. Needs to drop a farmer here. But the most important part is that he gets to free up this meeple. So 2 meeples block instead of 3 meeples block is the big difference. This is looking really good for red, despite the fact that blue just finished an 8-point city, is only 9 points behind on the scoreboard. Red still has the momentum here. Well, maybe now it's time to drop a farmer. Yeah, that's a nice one. Not only does it drop a farmer, but it messes with the integrity of this blue monastery. And again, Carrie's probably going to win this field because what other choice does she have? But red is going to make her work for it. A dagger tile for blue needs to think what to do. Decides to use it for farming. How charming. How charming. Ivan also now needs to, again, like, this is an important strategic decision. Do we go here and drop a 12-point farmer? Or do we try to really ignore the fields completely? Because the point of this farmer is not so much to win the field, it is to make it harder
for your opponents to win this field. Just to make her spend some time. Because long term, of course, these blocked meeples should really make it hard for red to fight for the field. Or, I just noticed something. I just noticed that even though blue's meeples are not blocked, blue seems to be doing not that well with the monastery. They're actually a bit hard to finish. Red gets the road. Now we're equal on meeples as blue drops another farmer, and I think she really needs to drop a third one, but she can't with this tile. But she's now pre-finishing a monastery. Oh, but this city meeple is premature. With the tile run out, with 4 starting tiles already gone out, like this is sadly a strategic mistake. This could really cost green. So first of all, this city does not get completed very often in the position. In this tile run out, there are just too many city plus road tiles that have gone out that would make such a meeple investment profitable. Second, the way this stuff works is that you first make this move without a meeple, and then when you drop the tile here, you put a meeple here. Because we always need to remember, what's the point of placing a meeple? The main point of placing a meeple somewhere is making sure that your opponents can't place a meeple there. But Ivan's not going to go for cities. He doesn't have enough meeple to do stuff like this. And even if he does, well, okay. We're going to go here, connect to the farm, and then we're going to block the square. I'm going to have a winning mini battle with an 8-point monastery against a 5 or 6-point city. So, let's see how Carey manages to wiggle out of this, because... Wow! It's a spectacular monastery. I don't think it's going to work. I always have to respect 7-point monasteries. This one's going to get blocked. And Ivan's going to be with a meeple majority somehow. And Ivan's is going to win the field. So this, of course, is a very nice move that allows Carey to continue her monastery on the left as well. I mean, there's still some chances of recovering both, but it takes 4 tiles, and it takes 4 row tiles, and there's just not many row tiles remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 1 curve remaining, actually. So already a 50-50 chance of not getting a tile that fits here. The situation with straight lines is better. 5 straight lines. So this meeple is looking good. Unless, of course, Ivan gets the last curve and places it over here, in which case we're toast. But still, you know, like, if Carey actually manages to finish her monastery and finish her city and consolidate in time for the field fight, of course she's gonna win the game like plus 30 or something, but it's just so difficult to do because there's so many objectives to accomplish. But what's good for her is that Ivan gets a tile with which he can't really disturb her. Well, actually, he could. I think he missed an opportunity. The move that he needed to make is going over here. And that move would have ensured a complete block of this monastery. Because, so there's only 1 curve, but there are no starting tiles. So, if blue goes here with a curve, then this square would be restricted to a starting tile. So that was an excellent, excellent chance to take care of this monastery once and for all without even adding a point to it. Because normally the way you block this, you take a city tile or something and put it over here. So these sort of blocks, the blocks from afar, are kind of, not only are they more efficient because they cost you 1 point less, they're also a bit more aesthetically pleasing and more demoralizing. So it's when you're saying, for each of the possible squares, there's still tiles available, but there isn't a combination of tiles that can fill these 2 squares. So that seems like a bit of a miss. Carey continuing her monastery. Getting her other monastery blocked, but getting this meeple back. So now we're talking something. 9 points on blue's scoreboard. some chances to score extra. Dorito tile for beliwan. I presume it goes over here to block this farmer who has not joined the main field yet. That would not be a complete block, but a severe restriction. But it's a question of how you want to rotate that tile. Yeah, he decides to rotate it that way, but regardless of how you turn this in this situation, there's going to be only one tile remaining that fits that square. I actually think the other way was a little bit better, but you know, it's doesn't matter that much. Okay, Carrie does continue her monastery, finish her monastery, in fact. Ivan will get these quick points. He might also want to go over here, simply to prevent the field connection platform. Yeah, like if Carrie draws one of the few remaining Doritos, she could go here, drop a farmer, so that could turn out well for her. But 4 points also seem to be pretty important. Carrie with a straight line will probably connect to the field. She's going to connect to at least one farmer to the field. The field is 21 points. I don't think there are any field conditions in the cards for either, fieldless win condition in the cards for either of the players. So in order to win, you need to ensure at least parity on the field. So connecting at the top seems to be the way to go. Not sure if there's anything else. Could drop a farmer to connect through the outside of a curve. Seems to be a bit of an unnecessary desperation at this point. 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the Americans' clock. She chooses not to do it just yet. I wonder if there's a particular reason for it. Ivan takes 3 quick points. Chooses not to do anything with the connection platform. It's a fantastic, fantastic tile for Mingo. So she actually has a variety of options here. She could go here and connect to the field, whilst indirectly continuing her city and still having a chance to finish it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's still a triple city available, so a triple city plus Dorito combo is in the cards, and this is exactly what she does. A Dorito plus city cap is also in the cards. Nice point scoring opportunity for beliwan. I probably want to go here and score the 5 points for the road, or maybe scoring the 2 points but disrupting this square. Instead he goes here, but wait, it's possible that neither player have noticed that Carrie can connect up top like this? Because that's something that's actually sometimes, this is a thing that sometimes happens. You drop a farmer with a particular intention. The intention was to connect to the field through here. But then as the field develops, as the fields get connected, you might not notice that another route, which was hitherto unavailable, is now a possibility. Okay, a farmer for Mingo, very easily blockable, but Ivan doesn't get a blocking tile. Probably gonna get some quick points. Over here, making a blocking chance more likely. Or over here. Still plenty of straight lines remaining, namely 3. So 4 points for their Dutchman. Not the best tile for Mingo. The best I can see is just maybe continuing her city. Still hoping to get some sort of splitter tile maybe to continue it. Or maybe going over here, preventing some re-invasions, in case this meeple survives at all. Blue with an extender tile. Interesting move, making it slightly more difficult for her opponent to block her city. That's actually kind of nice. Still hoping for that triple city plus Dorito combo. Okay, now this is the chance for carry. There's still one curve available, and the way that you win this game, as the American, you go here and you drop one more farmer. And you try to overrun this field completely. Do you do it right now? That's actually a good question. But I guess if you don't do it, your opponent's going here anyway and dropping a farmer as well. Yeah, wait, it's an easy win, okay? Oh, wait, is there something crazier? How about we go here and drop a farmer instead? Is this square unblockable? No, sadly it is not. See, if we go here and drop a farmer, which on one hand actually would be a possibility because we would be denying our opponent this platform to reinvade, but we cannot do that because there's still one of these guys available that would fit over here and block this square. So in a particular run out, it is possible, but not right now, yeah. And we're gonna see another farm. Nah, come on, drop a farmer. Do it. Now a move which is really, really good for Ivan. He has now a move which can allow him to win the game. The move is going over here, like this. But it is extremely, extremely difficult to notice. The purpose of this move is that it was going to be a Sophie's Choice block. It is going to leave only one tile in this square and only one tile in this square, and he finds it. That's very nice vision from the Dutch player. Yeah, so I think a crucial mistake earlier on of not connecting this farmer through up top earlier, possibly just missing that opportunity. Because now either this guy's stranded or this guy's stranded or both. Because the thing is, normally, of course, there are a ton of tiles that fit here. But there's only one regular curve, which you need for this square anyway. There are 3 of these guys, which are all used up, which would fit here. And there are 4 of these guys, which are all used up. So, what is the hope of blue here? I think I know. Believe it or not, all is not lost. Now our win condition as blue got harder, but it's still doable. We go here, we drop a farmer. Maybe not now, maybe later. I'm not sure about the variations here. We forget about this meeple. We bank on this meeple at the top. We try to get a Dorito plus city triple combo that would allow us to complete the city here. And then we drop a farmer here, and with one curve, connect 2 farmers at the same time, equalize the field, and this city will give us just enough points to overcome the 8-point scoreboard lead of red. So a very thin path, but a real one nonetheless. Ivan with a scoring tile. Not obvious what to do here. He might just go ahead and drop a farmer here, but I wouldn't do it just yet, because there's some scenarios where Mingo can actually place a tile over here and have the same idea, of connecting two farmers, but do it from this end. Yeah, so Ivan takes 2 points over here, but actually, I'm not a fan of it just because it allows Mingo this kind of stuff. Okay, that's a fantastic tile for her. She's still one Dorito away from finishing her city, and there's still tiles that fit there. There is one road Dorito, and there's one splitter, so there's actually 2 tiles. Yeah, so Ivan now gets the 4 points, but here's the thing, like, once Mingo continues his city, she's gonna get another meeple, and then she's gonna drop... Okay, now she needs to drop a farmer here. She needs to drop a farmer at the top right now to wait for the curve, which still exists. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of course it exists. Should always trust myself. And then, if she just gets this tile, then she's almost ahead. I kind of forgot that this guy also scored 6 points. So 14 points on the scoreboard is a lot, but this meeple will make 16. And then she's going to have one more meeple to either fight for the field or maybe just score one little feature. But the main idea is, like, we have to drop a farmer here right now. We don't have time to dilly-dally. Not that. Not enough time. Because imagine if Mingo draws the curve, which seems to be like a desired tile. She's going to lose immediately. That's the problem. Because you need to drop that farmer really, really soon. Okay, yeah, so, but that's not going to be enough. Mingo's going to go here, and then drop a farmer here, but then a curve doesn't even give her a win. Wait, it does. What am I talking? Wait. No, it doesn't. Yeah. So, because we have 3 red farmers and only 1 blue farmer. So we need to have 2 more blue farmers in the field for equality. And we're not getting those. And if Carrie gets a curve, that will be quite the painful realization. This move also allowed Ivan to score quick points. Yeah, maybe just she didn't believe that she could win this. Well, let's see in a second what the draw is. And then we're going to do a bit of post-game analysis. So a straight line for Ivan, it does not matter exactly where he places it. Three-point field, possibility. 3-point road, possibility. Well, that's about it. 3-point field, 3-point road, or discard. The most important thing is, as usual, don't lose on time. 70 seconds on the Dutchman's clock. Drops a... So Carrie does get a road. Should not use it to invade the field because she'd be losing it more points. Should use it to get, I don't know, 3 road points or 3 field points elsewhere. But here's the sadness about it. Had she dropped a farmer here, she would have connected here, equalized, scored a 5-point road, and then also denied this point scoring opportunity for red. Yeah, Ivan's gonna get an extra point for his road. We're gonna count up the points, and then we're gonna find out if Mingo would have won with the farmer over here. Yeah, well played indeed. It felt like Ivan was in a very difficult position with the blocked meeple, but he scored very well, got some scoreboard advantages, and then even managed to find a short window how with a long-term meeple minority he could secure himself on the field. So a 20-point difference in the end in favor of Ivan, who is winning 2-0 and will be advancing to the next round. Sadly, we will be saying goodbye to Mingo because she already had one loss. It's a double elimination system. He lost earlier to the player with the spectacular screen name Me Got No Skill from Australia. And now against Ivan. So let's just I want to see what would have happened, what would have been. Okay, so first of all, Ivan has 1 point less because he doesn't get to score. So that's already 19. But we also have 1 point less, 1 point less, exactly. Then we go here. Drop a farmer. And we don't have this farmer, I guess. Oh, it doesn't matter because we get to spend our farmer anyway on the last move, so that's fine. No, we wouldn't have had that. Okay, so we drop a farmer here. We connect to the field. We have this 5-point road instead of the 6-point sequence. So actually that's basically everything equal. So everything equal as it was in the game, except we would have also had access to this field. So we're unifying a 3-point farm with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 24-point farm. Okay, it sounds unbelievable, but Mingo would have won by 1 point. So certainly not the easy thing to spot, not the easy thing to calculate, but if she's going over here with the city cap facing down, exactly that move, and drops a farmer, then with the run out of tiles in the game, and with a couple of other runouts as well, she's winning by 1 point. She's winning by more, actually, for example, if she... no, not by more. But yeah, it wasn't even a possible runout. She had even 2 tiles to complete her city. So that idea was kind of like a nice backdraw opportunity, just to realize that she still had chance and needed to fight for it. And that's unfortunate. I would have really liked to have seen that. I would have really liked to have seen the decider, but not the easiest thing to spot on her clock. So yeah, that was the move over there. There was a way for Ivan to make a tie in that situation with an extremely, extremely precise move, but then a tie also is not good enough for him because he was the starting player. So then, with the moves in the game and with the tiles in the game, Mingo would have won by 1 point, and with precise plays from both sides, she would have won by a tie. Well, end games are hard. Fields are hard. This game is hard. That's all I have to say. The reason why I like positions like this is because that just shows you that there's always a chance. Well, not always, but there's very often a chance. Like, you gotta keep fighting and keep fighting, keep fighting. Like, this game is created in such a way that there are always these obscure opportunities that gotta be on the lookout for and strike at the right moment. Well, for Mingo, it will have to be in the next tournament, and for the rest of us, it will have to be at some point next week. So let's have a look if we have any further matches already scheduled. Let's go to the main page. Yeah, so Ivan, Chomps, Miss Penguin. From these two guys, I don't know. And wait, who won? Yeah, Kaika won. Yeah, right. They will be going on to the next round. We still will be seeing CraftyRaf. He has one more chance, but to karupayun, David 44, and Mingo are saying goodbye. So what are we having afterwards? Actually, interesting. Nothing has been scheduled so far. So of course now we know the pairings for the next duels. We will get the schedulings quickly enough, but I expect they will be probably quite packed next weekend. It will be mostly around the weekend. But in case something happens during the week, that will be a very short term. But as for other stuff today, make sure to take a good break and have some food and have some rest, and for some of you maybe get some work done, because in less than 4 hours we will be meeting for yet one more stream. It's a different event. It's the finals of the Brazilian team Carcassonne Championships, and for this one I'm having a special guest in the studio. So finally you'll get to see not just a voice but also a face talking to y'all, just not mine. Alrighty, thanks y'all for those of you who have been here from start to finish. You know, there's a few of you. I do immensely appreciate that. Make sure to meet with the like button. That helps with the algorithm a lot, especially for streams of this length. In case you're here for the first time, welcome, and do make sure to subscribe and click the notification button if you want to be exposed to this sort of Carcassonne content more than once. And then other than that, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you soon.